The first thing we're talking about today is script analysis given circumstances. Given circumstances is the first step of script analysis. This stuff comes from clevelandplayhouse.com. It's letter D in the syllabus, right there. When doing script analysis, the given circumstances are the things explicitly or implicitly stated in the script, directly stated or indirectly inferred from the script. It's the time, which is the time of day, the day of the week, the season of the year, the period, the time period for the setting. So what decade is it? What century? What millennia? The place. Is it interior or exterior? And where does that take place? This next stuff comes from uvm.edu. It's letter E in the syllabus.
I was going to ask you. So it's basically like when we're setting up the script breakdown, right? Pretty much.
Yeah, like so when you're doing the initial part of the script analysis, it kind of goes hand in hand with some of the script breakdown stuff you would go through.
So would you use the same sheet or would you have a different sheet?
Probably different. Script breakdowns more to find the elements for what you need on production and figuring out shooting schedule, figuring out the costs, how many crew and cast you'll need and all of that. Whereas script analysis is more to find the story, the background story, the characters and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So you would want to do it separately, most likely, so you can catch everything. But this is from uvm.edu. There are three kinds of given circumstances. Previous action, which is any previous action that has occurred. Usually it's said through the character's dialogue, otherwise known as exposition. Environmental facts, which is the geographic location and climate that the script and the setting take place in, the date, year, season, even the time of day. Economical environment, how wealthy they are and how wealthy those around them are. Their social environment, values and societal beliefs. Their political environment, what side of like what kind of politics are going on around them and what kind of politics do they believe in or do they follow or do they side with. Religious environment, is it very religious, like is the church involved in a lot of different things in the state and the way things were structured, the way things work, or is the church more shoved out? Do they follow the church's beliefs or do they go against it? That kind of stuff. And number three is polar attitudes, the beliefs held by the character that are opposite of beliefs held by the world around them, which will create all that conflict. If they have a different belief than what is going on around them, then they are going to be at a polar opposite of what everyone else is following along with, or what they should be in that society. Given circumstances are the who, the for what reason, the when, where. It cut off?
You can't hear anything.
I don't know, why does it keep doing that?
Can you guys hear me?
No, I can't hear you. Are you doing yours?
I can't hear you on yours either.
Internet.
Yeah. I'm telling you, the internet is being stupid lately. Wait, say something.
Is it back? Can you guys hear me?
No, I can't hear you. Oh, yep, it's lagged.
Yeah, I can hear you. All right, yeah, that's weird. Our internet's being stupid again. Might be because it's stormy outside. Anyway, where did it leave off?
Things like story is last I heard before it cut off for me.
Things like story.
Story, like when you were reading out things like, and then.
Oh, given circumstances are the who, the for what reason.
Yeah, there you go.
The when, the where, why, and how to develop an understanding of the script's context, understand what is going on around the character in the actual circumstances and situations, so that there's context to each given action and moment and reaction to what they do in the world. Who, where, and when are the easier to find than the what and the how. Remember that given circumstances is the first step of analysis, but you also want to read the script one to a few times before that, just to get an idea of the story before delving into actual script analysis, because that's when you're going to start breaking it down and tearing it apart. And you want to just read it, first of all, for the story, so you kind of get a general understanding before you start really delving in and asking all these questions of why are they doing this? Who are these people? Where do they come from? And where are they at? Where is this story taking place? When is it happening? And what is happening around them? The given circumstances will be all the given info about the character and the world in the script, anything stated in the action or the dialogue, as well as the time and place in the slug line. Those are all given circumstances. This next stuff comes from Nicholas Garcia. It's letter B in the syllabus. Video is called Given Circumstances. He reiterates the given circumstances are the answers to who, what, when, and where. Who is this story about? Who is that person that we are watching? He recommends asking yourself all of the questions someone would need to ask in order to play you. It's not an easy thing to figure out. There's a lot to who we are, what makes us unique, and what makes us identify as ourselves compared to others, and our beliefs and our quirks and our personalities and just different things about us that make us different from anyone else. And so when you're thinking about who this person is in the story, you have to delve pretty deeply into why they're doing different things, and that's usually going to be found rooted somewhere in the script of who this character is. And then you'll be able to answer a lot more questions and infer beyond the script of why they are doing the actions that they are doing, why they are taking those actions, because somewhere in the script will be a clue to the reasoning of why they might be doing this. Maybe they were raised by people who didn't believe in what the church stood for, but the church is controlling the state in this story. And so they're against the church. Cut off again?
Yeah.
What the fudge? What do we do?
I don't know, like this is the second time it's happened, but it's happening even more now, so I can't hear a thing.
We need to do the long cable to the computer again.
Oh, it's coming back on. But yeah, we might have to.
Can you guys hear me now? Man,
Just stopped raining. It's about to start again in a bit.
is it going again, or is that cut off?
No, I can hear you.
Okay. I don't know. It's weird.
Let's just keep going. If it cuts off one more, we might reschedule the Tuesday.
Okay. But yeah, so who a person is there's a lot of information that goes into that, and figuring that out for a person is no small task, even a character in a story. But like I was giving an example is before it cut off. If the church controls the state, but this character was raised by a family who didn't believe in what the church stood for, then they most likely will have a different outlook on the church's actions. And so some stuff that they do in the script might convey who they are, and might convey why they're doing this. Why? Because they were raised by these people. That's part of who they are, how they were raised. They might not go with how they were raised, but it still will give them a different look at the church than maybe other people who are raised to just believe fully in it and follow everything they say and do would. And so that can help us figure out who this person is.
It also, I feel like, and I think they explain this as well, it really helps build nuance and depth to your character, because you right into the story moments and dialogue or whatever it may be, that speaks to the character, speaks to who they are, speaks to what they feel or believe, but without saying that explicitly.
Yeah, it gives them depth, it gives them reasons to, and it will come across in the script better. So not everything that you find in script analysis is going to actually be in the actual film itself, but it will help you guys figure out who the character is. And you guys, as in the actors, the director, and the production designer, will all be able to figure out who these characters are and why they are doing what they are doing. And if it makes sense, it usually is portrayed on screen the same way. You usually don't have to give all of these details that don't actually matter to the story itself to be able to have a believable character, as long as you give the the main information and the main parts of the who they are in the actual film. The audience will be able to follow along as well. But yeah, so he recommends.
Oh, it's back. Wait,
Hello? What? Can you hear me?
I can hear. Can you guys hear me?
No. Are you trying to unmute yourself?
Yeah, I was trying to like unmute myself too. Because I can hear noises, like I can hear Sarah. Or I could. Because, yeah, it's been.
All right, so that's another time that it cut off. I'm trying to figure out. We have a storm going on right now, so I'm trying to figure out if we maybe want to reschedule to tomorrow or what, because that's like the third or fourth time it's been doing this now.
Doing what?
Oh, it keeps cutting out. Like the internet for us keep going down for like moments, like little 20 seconds here and there, and then it'll be like we can't hear anybody.
Oh, it's not. I haven't noticed anything, but I just came in.
Right.
Well, I'm
Well,
glad
this
that's
is like the
why I
third
did
time it's
that.
happened in the last 10 minutes.
No, yeah, it's a third time in quite a short span of time. So
I don't know. You want to kind of try to keep going, or?
we can try one more time. Hopefully it comes.
All right, we're trying one more time. If it cuts off again, we're gonna go ahead and reschedule it to tomorrow.
Because it keeps storming and then stopping and then storming and then stopping again. But it is a lot of thunder and lightning outside, so that might be why.
Yeah, so we'll see. Hopefully it doesn't do it anymore, but let's try this again. All right, so yeah, he recommends, and he being Nicholas Garcia, letter B in the syllabus. He recommends asking yourself, what would somebody need to know about you to be able to know who you are? What's the main information, but also what makes you you, what makes you unique and an individual? All those questions like what do you like? What do you do for fun? What do you believe in? Where did you grow up? What's your family like? How much family do you have? All of that stuff can make a person who they are. And so, were you a middle child? Were you the first child? That kind of stuff, even those little things can make you very different and very unique, just depending on those situations alone. So there's so many things that go into who a person is.
It reminded me a lot of the character sheet that we did in the first few semesters, because that was kind of an exercise to help us give depth and create a full-fledged character.
Mm-hmm.
And the video that I saw, they were talking about stuff that was very similar. It was basically think about yourself and the people in your life and all of these little details that make you who you are. It's the same thing when writing a character, they're a real person.
Yeah, and so we did do that in the first semester. We had that exercise where we gave out that character sheet that I had built. Well, I had added to from a class I had taken, a creative writing class I had taken in school before, and I had built to it and added to it over the years. And then we did that in the first semester. It's kind of similar to that, like getting those questions and figuring out who this character is in the script and breaking it down so that you follow their character arc, you follow who they are, and you know who they are inside and out. If you're the actor, you search for the who of your character and their relationships to the other characters. Who do they spend time with? Who do they like? Who do they dislike?
And that's not always going to be in the script, like we were talking about. Sometimes you're going to have to learn to read between the lines. Sometimes you're going to create your own backstory for your character, or you're going to have to figure out their motivations, and you can expand upon that in one way or another, depending on the story you're given.
Yeah, you give a director, you give 5 directors the same script, and they'll all come out with different script analysis based on the characters, because there's a multitude of different reasons why people do things. And so they'll come up with different reasons and start creating a different character based off of how they go about doing
It also varies.
their script analysis.
It also varies on the person. Like the person doing the analysis will have their unique perspectives, biases, and ways of seeing the world. So what they interpret might be completely different than what another director or another actor interprets, because of who they are, essentially. So
Yeah.
that's another thing.
If you're the director, the production designer, who are all of the different characters, then also what are all of their relationships to each other? So the actors, you want to know who everybody is, but the main person you're focused on is the character that you are playing. But for the director and the production designer, they need to know all of the characters, because that's going to influence each scene and how it's, the production designer, how the production design is, how the set is designed, how, what elements there are in the set construction, the set props, costumes, all of that stuff will be determined on who these separate characters are. And the director obviously needs to know, so they can talk to each actor individually and get them to come together and do these situational circumstances through these scenes. So they need to know everybody. Are they silly? Or are they serious? Do they make jokes, or do they stay quiet when given the chance to make a joke? Where do they grow up? What was and is their financial situation? What kind of music do they like? What are their religious, political, and social beliefs? What do they do for fun? What do they do for work? Do they enjoy their job? How large is their family? What is their name? Were they named after anybody? And is it important to them or not? Do they care about heritage and all of that kind of stuff, and their family heritage?
No, that's where I ran into the questions that I had, in the sense of, I feel like as an actor and a director, you should delve deeper into those characters and know all of those little things. But also, at what point are you like, okay, we need to focus on the things that are actually relevant to the story and to the journey that they're on now, and how these things mold them and the journey they're on. So you don't end up getting lost in semantics, or like how you always see like joking in films or TV shows, like, what's my motivation for this, and then what about this, and you end up over reading into it or overdoing into it. So finding that balance, I would imagine, must be kind of hard too.
Yeah, I would say, as long as you have the time to be able to analyze the script before you start getting into like the actual pre-production of table reading and rehearsals. And even then, while you're going through it together collaboratively, you can have some of that come out. But that's when you'll really start to find the important things that matter to the character's backstory and the character's personal beliefs and who they are, compared to just finding the information of like, do they like dark chocolate or milk chocolate? And it's like, okay, well, I mean, you're getting a little too detailed there, because clearly some stuff you're not going to be able to figure out. But if everything you figure out with the given circumstances should be rooted in the script. So there should be something in there that makes you think. You should always have a reason. You should always have something to point to be like, I think that they like milk chocolate, and here's why. earlier in the script they were eating this kind of sweet, and then later on they ate that kind of sweet, and those are very sugary, and so it seems like they like very sweet things. So I'm going to say they like milk chocolate. If that question were to come up, then that's where you would be able to answer it, because you'd look into other parts of the script and figure out what have they eaten. If they haven't eaten anything, then obviously it's a little bit harder to figure out, but then you might be able to find other answers to it throughout the script, throughout the
Could you just-
dialogue, throughout the conversations between characters, because sometimes they'll say something like of what they're eating or what they're going to have for dinner or how they used to be fat or something like that, and you can kind of start to assume some of the information based on stuff in the script itself.
Because you hear a lot of stories about that when it comes to like actors, directors, writers especially, where they will get lost in these smaller things, and sometimes it can be hard to find, okay, what exactly should I be focusing on? What should I be delving deep into? And what's me just overthinking the role or overthinking the story?
Yeah, and I would say that can happen, but you shouldn't go into script analysis thinking that you might overanalyze it, because the point of script analysis is to kind of overanalyze everything, to really try to carve out the character and figure out who they are. If you overdo it and you don't let go of some of those assumptions that you made, then that can be a problem. And there can also be a problem where everybody who's done the script analysis just believes that it makes sense in the film itself, but there's not enough information there for the audience or for the viewer who hasn't done script analysis, who hasn't read the script, to figure out why they've gone from point A to point B, or why they're taking an action. So there are those problems, but that's something that the director and production designer have to kind of figure out, and the actor can discuss with the director of like, well, how does this make sense because of that? Because they should be looking at those questions as well.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that because you can't help but go down a rabbit hole, at least for me and my personality, like how much is too much,
Yeah.
Because I overanalyze things. So it's just like that kind of thing would be kind of scary for me and intimidating for me, because I'd be like, how much am I overthinking this? How much am I underthinking this? How much am I? And then my whole brain goes into a rabbit hole.
Right, but that's also why you would have, another discussion with the production designer, the director, the actor.
That's why it's
When the
collaborative
director
effort.
has a discussion with the actors, there's a lot of the times many things that the director didn't think of that the actor brings up.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay, well, what about this? And they're like, oh, I didn't even think of that. And then they start thinking of it. Well, what do you think? And then they start discussing it. Why do you think that? Why would that be the case? And because in the script, earlier in the script or later in the script, somewhere in the script, there should be something to point to that says, this is why I believe this. And it should make sense without doing too much of a leap.
Yeah, that's why it's a collaborative effort to help each other, build upon each other's ideas, and also balance each other.
Yeah. So like, are they introverted or are they extroverted? Like I said earlier, what do they like? What do they not like? What are their pet peeves? Many of these questions can be answered and found by dialogue and situations in the script. When it's not in the script, it may be hinted at or inferred to. The rest goes with finding the background information and making assumptions by coming up with possibilities for each answer to the questions not stated or inferred to in the script. That was the other thing. We already talked about this last time. I think it was last week. In script analysis, you're not always going to have the exact information there. Given circumstances, most of that is going to be actually in the script or inferred to in the script, so it's going to be easier to find. But stuff about who they are and other information like that, some of that's not going to be in the script. Some of it's not even going to be inferred to in the script. So that is where you come up with possibilities for those questions. And then you narrow it down whenever you get together with the production designer, the actors, and you all hash it out and figure out, what do we think the best choice is for the reason why this character is doing something that they're doing in the script. What makes you who you are? Thinking about this can help to think of the questions we want to ask about our characters. What is the character doing in each moment of the script? That's the what. What are they trying to accomplish? And what is their goal? If a character goes to the grocery store, what are they doing? Are they getting ready to buy groceries? It's that's the most obvious answer, but not always. Maybe they have a crush on one of the cashiers. Maybe they are meeting with someone. Maybe they're trying to go there to stalk someone. Or maybe just to get out of the house because they're bored. There's many different reasons why somebody might go to the grocery store besides the most obvious answer of to buy groceries. What do the characters want from a conversation? Or what are they trying to accomplish with each action that they take? Every conversation they have, there's a point to it. Whether that just is they want to have a conversation with their friend and laugh a bit, or they're trying to get somebody to reveal something, or they're trying to see if somebody's going to deny something, or if they're going to give them what they want. If you have a conversation with your boss and in the back of your head, you are getting ready to ask them if you can have a raise, the main point of that conversation, the main reason you have it is because in the back of your head, your goal is to get them to give you a raise. So in the script, there's going to be a lot of that type of stuff throughout the conversations between the characters, and what do they want from that conversation? What are they trying to achieve? What is the other character trying to achieve? And when it's the boss, maybe they kind of get the sense that that person is going to ask me for a raise. I don't want to give it to them. It's going to cost us more as a business. So they don't want to. So they're trying to get them to realize that they don't deserve a raise, or that they're fine with the amount of money that they're making. So that's their goal of the conversation. Or they're just trying to change the subject so much that it makes the other character forget to ask for the raise in the first place. There are many different reasons why people have different conversations. And one of the things about script analysis is figuring out what is the reason for this conversation between the two characters. What are they trying to accomplish with each action that they take? The what is going to be influenced by the who. And that's why you always should start with like who and then do the what. Because who they are will influence what they want. What are their relationships to other characters? Not just who they talk to, but who they talk about as well. So it's not just the characters that they talk to in the script itself. Also, if they name somebody, just because a character might be talking about their sibling, it doesn't necessarily mean that they love them and that they're talking lovingly about their brother. They might be saying their name is like, Jacob, because they hate their sibling, or they find them annoying, or they don't want to go around them. And so that's some stuff that you have to figure out while doing the script analysis, or have the possibility of that being one of the situations, one of the ways that they say that name. And that'll kind of change the context of that conversation with whoever they're talking to. Every choice you make for who these characters are and what they want, what their relationships to other characters are, should, like I said, and they reiterated it in like almost everything we said in every source, be rooted in the script, even from the info you are filling in. Not found in the script. There should be something in the script you can point to say, yes, I'm choosing this, but because of that in the script. And then there's the when. When does the story take place? What year or time period? What time of day? What season in the year? Knowing the when can help you figure out some of the who and what questions, as different centuries, decades, even years have different styles, music, societal norms, and more. And then there's the where. Where does the story take place? What solar system? Is it a different universe? What planet? What continent? What country? What region? What city and town? And then what street and neighborhood? Also, where does each scene take place? And how might our characters act differently in those different places? If somebody's, excuse me, if somebody's in a loud concert or a loud bar or something, they're going to be most likely talking louder to whoever they're talking to and maybe screaming because they're trying to talk over the noise. Whereas if they're in a library, they're probably not trying to be as loud, they're trying to be a lot more quiet. What are they talking about will also influence that, but that's just one way that aware, like where they are, would change the way they're acting in that conversation. And then when as well, like what season is it? Are they outside and it's in the winter? Then they're probably cold. So they probably want to hurry up and get out of there, maybe if it's a long-winded conversation that they don't want to have in the first place. Whereas if it's a nice spring day, they might be less in a rush. They might still not want to have the conversation, but they might not be as in a rush as they would be if it was winter. If it's night, maybe they're tired. Maybe they want to go to sleep. No matter who they're talking to, maybe they're a little grumpy because they've been up all day. If it's right in the morning, maybe they're not a morning person, so they're a little grumpy then. So all of these little things will culminate and go together to make these different situations and different character moments all unique. And that is why if you give this script to 5 different people and tell them to do script analysis on it, they'll find a lot of the same information, which is found in the script, but then everything that has a possibility of, if it's not specifically stated, those little differences can really add up to make a different situation and add different context to make that conversation, those lines of dialogue, that action that the character is taking, make a different outcome or make a different reasoning for it, and kind of actually change the script itself just based on that. So that is where you start when you're doing script analysis, given circumstances, the who, where, when, what, why, and how. Does anyone have anything to add or any questions to that? We'll get more into script analysis later on because there's a lot more to delve into, but that is where you start when you start getting into script analysis. Given circumstances, because that's like the stuff, a lot of it's already stated in the script, so it's the easiest to find and kind of jot down in notes. All right, next thing we're talking about is for marketing, teasers and trailers. This stuff comes from moviereviews.com. I mean, movie reviews, it's a video, never mind, so it's not .com. The difference between teaser and theatrical trailers. Letter A in the syllabus. Teaser trailers and theatrical trailers purposes are to advertise an upcoming movie or an already released movie. A teaser trailer, like the name, is to tease an upcoming movie without giving too much away. Teasers are usually done much further in advance than a theatrical trailer just to get the word out about the film and get people excited and start spreading the word and creating buzz for it. Teasers may come out about a year before or even more than that, depending on how big the IP is, before the movie is released. But
or how many times it gets pushed back.
What?
Or how many times it gets pushed back.
True. Yeah. If it keeps getting pushed back, then the teaser might come out years before. Or it might come out and then the movie never gets released. So there's just a teaser for it, but it never actually comes.
Or the teaser might be completely different, or the completely different cast, or someone who's different in the cast. Like has also happened a few times because of this issue or that issue.
Mm-hmm. But usually teasers will come out about 6 months prior to release, or at least that's according to the movie reviews. They say they're around 60 to 90 seconds long, generally. Since the teasers are done so early, they may have, like Priscilla just said, they may have scenes included in them that don't actually appear in the final product. as they're still working on the editing. So they might have scenes that they have filmed, but then when they're editing it and they're finalizing the rough cuts and they keep fine tuning it more and more, they might end up thinking that this scene doesn't belong or this scene doesn't fit with the rest of the movie and kick it out. So stuff that was in the actual teaser trailer may never actually be in the movie itself.
Everyone is talking about the Morbius movies and how like both the teaser trailer and the official trailer, a bunch of stuff were different or missing, or because it was pushed back so many times and because of a bunch of copyright issues and all this stuff. So that also, sometimes it's because it's also scenes where they're like, oh, this doesn't work in the movie, but it works like for part of the trailer. That's also sometimes the case as well, where they'll have a scene where, oh, we don't know if this really fits in the movie as a whole, but we could definitely use it for the promotional video, for the promotional trailers and stuff like that.
Yeah, because they like the scenes, they still like the scene, they still want it to be somewhere. And so they sometimes add it to the trailers or to the teasers because of that, because they still want to show that footage because they filmed it and they took a while to do it and it still looks good and it matches the tone and feel of the film, hopefully. And so then they'll show it in their teasers and their trailers for it, even though that part of the movie is never going to actually be in the final product.
And that, I would say, just be careful, because it can also, you also have to be careful to not make it misleading. Like, it has to be a part that you're adding to your trailer that's still of a moment that's still there, just maybe to a smaller capacity, or a storyline that's still there if you can. Because if you're adding it to the story, to the teaser, to the official trailer, just because it's cool looking, but really it won't really have much of a place in the final product, and you know that ahead of time. It's different when you don't. But when you know that, it can cause, like we mentioned last week, your trailer to be misleading, people to expect one thing and then to give it another, and then you have a bunch of issues.
Yeah, I mean, there's been plenty of, especially like, well, for independent films, they usually don't catch those things, and you usually don't have as much footage anyway to show those. But for bigger films, especially like the huge IPs like Marvel right now, people will spot them. Some of the Star Wars movies that have come out recently, they had like I think Rogue One had some scenes in there and some lines of dialogue that never appeared in the film. And people were like, oh, where is that? Because that's a good line and that's a good scene. And they notice.
And you can sometimes shoot yourself in the foot because you're like, oh, this is good, but we can put it in the trailer, but people liked it, and then it's not in the movie, and then they're like, oh.
Vish asked, any idea when teaser comes and when trailer comes in the timeline? So for teasers, they can come out. It really, like for teasers, I would say it really depends on how big your IP is. If you are making something like Game of Thrones, or you're making something like Star Wars or some Marvel product that is very big and recognizable, their teasers can come out a year or more before the movie's going to be released.
Because you want to build anticipation, but you can't have it like, if you're a smaller IP, if you do it too far in advance, people might forget about it. Or there might be other things that distract them and take their focus more.
Right. And so generally speaking, a lot of teasers will come out about 6 months before the movie's released. Trailers, I do have that somewhere in my notes, but it's a little bit later, so I'll get into that in a second. And Gabe said multiple teasers. Yeah, a lot of movies can also do multiple teasers, multiple trailers, depending on how much footage they have. And I actually do have that in my notes later on too, which we'll get into a bit. But basically, it's just so that they can keep reminding people of the film and keeping up, like just showing little tiny bits and pieces of the film here and there. And even in the trailers, a lot of it's going to be the same footage, maybe edited in a different way, with like one or two pieces of dialogue or scenes that are new. But a lot of it's generally the same as the first trailer and keeps the same kind of structure for the most part. But it's just to keep reminding people of this thing's coming out and this is a new trailer for it. Gives you a little bit more information than you got from the first trailer. and the teasers, depending on how far in advance they came out. I'm pretty sure I've seen teasers for like some of the Superman movies and some of the DC or Marvel movies where it's basically just the logo. It's the Superman logo or it's the Flash logo, because everybody knows what that means. And that's it. Like, that's the whole teaser. And then, a few months
Or
later, they'll
something
come out
like
with
the
like a little
Flash
bit of
running.
scenes or a dialogue line or show the actor in costume or something. And it's just like little bits and little bits here and there up until the release of the film.
Yeah, sometimes it's just their eyes in in a mask, or with the Flash, like them running because that's their thing. With Superman, yeah, sometimes it's just the hope symbol on his chest, and then maybe like his what do you call it? His gosh, I forgot the term when it's just the shape of your face or whatever. Gosh, you know what I
Outline?
mean? Silhouette. Yeah, it's another word, but I forgot it. But your silhouette or something, like wearing the cape and the costume.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah, so
sometimes it's
teasers
that.
can be as they usually don't have too much information, even if they do show scenes from the movie. And they're usually not that long to give out too much. They're not really the same as trailers. They're more just to show that something is coming. And a trailer has like a different structure to it and actually shows the plot, some of the plot details and what the story is actually going to be about. Whereas a teaser just kind of says, this is coming out.
However, when it is a smaller IP, it's not something as recognizable as like a lightning bolt or the bat signal or whatever. They will sometimes rely either on the actor, if they can get a big name actor, or they will have like a tiny hint of the story of like the genre that it is, or like a tiny scene of the story or something like that to hold people over when it's something that's not as recognizable. They'll rely more on star power or just knowing what the genre is.
Yeah. A good teaser will pique the viewer's interest and get them to spread the word that the movie is coming out, and it will start generating buzz. Theatrical trailers are to show what the film will be about, introducing the characters, the plot, sometimes important or emotional moments. For comedies, sometimes it's the best jokes or some of the better humor that's found within the film.
For dramas,
And
it's the Oscar
it
bait
portrays,
moments.
represents the kind of humor that will be found in the film itself. Go ahead, Annie.
Oh, no, I was gonna say for dramas, it's those Oscar bait moments.
Yeah.
It's like those dramatic line readings that you never, for the most part, you never see in the actual movie, but are in the trailer.
Yeah. Yeah, there's different ways to structure a trailer, which I think I have more notes on too, which depending on the genre, of course, they're all going to be structured similarly in the overall structure, but the content within will be different and pretty drastically different sometimes depending on what genre the trailer is representing. But good theatrical trailers.
Oh, sorry, I was gonna say it also depends on if it's, because if I'm not mistaken, correct me on this, before release, there's at least 2 to 3 trailers, right? There's the final trailer, and there's trailer 1, trailer 2.
For some of the biggest movies, yes. For some of the smaller movies, it could be 1 or 2.
Yeah, so they will have trailer 2 normally is a bit longer in my experience. Like the first trailer will have like maybe 1 minute and 30 seconds, and then the second trailer will have like 1 minute and 80 or 2 minutes.
Well, 1 minute and 80 is over 2 minutes.
Oh, sorry. I mean, I meant like 2. Oh my gosh.
I get what you mean, like 2.5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never seen a trailer that's good that's more than 2.5 minutes, because then it's giving too much.
Well, there's also a reason for that, and I'll get into that later too. But good theatrical trailers will showcase what the movie will be about and who's going to be in it, as in the characters and also the actors, if it's if that's something big in it. They'll They'll show who's in it a lot. If it's some big named actors, they'll show that over and over again and maybe display their name in the trailer as well. But it without revealing important details of the plot, like a character's death, any twists that happen, or information that will take away from the viewing experience if they already know it's going to happen by way of the trailer. So a good trailer does not show the plot details. And not the plot details in the way of giving away too much information, spoiling the movie, but it gives away plot information, just the basics so that you know what it's going to be about. Theatrical trailers are around 2 to 3 minutes long and usually begin to release within 6 months of the release. There you go, Vish. So theatrical trailers usually come out within 6 months before the release of the movie, whereas teaser trailers come out 6 months or more before the trailers, typically. Not always, it really just depends, but that's usually the way it is. Many studios create one or two or more theatrical trailers and release them over time, especially as they come closer and closer to release. You know, some of them have done, like Priscilla was saying, like 3 trailers. So they'll do like a first trailer, which is a little bit shorter, the second trailer, and then the final trailer. And the final trailer can come out a month or less before release so that everybody's hyped for it. Vish asked, can conflict be part of the trailer? Yeah, definitely. Like conflict is always usually found in the trailer because that's what creates interest in the story and what is happening within that. As long as it's not giving away, like, I would say like a good trailer wouldn't show
The
that
final
two
act
characters
of
are
the
having
conflict.
conflict, 2 characters are fighting. If that's an important thing later that you don't expect to happen, then it's, in my opinion, it's always better to find that out in the actual film itself. But you definitely want to show what your movie's going to be about, what conflict is in the movie, because that's going to be the story and why the characters on this journey.
I would also recommend giving, like, when you are showing the conflict, don't show too much of it. Show like maybe a snippet and maybe not the reason why they're in conflict every time, unless it's like, it really has to be a case-by-case basis, because sometimes you can show conflict in a story and you're like, oh, I wonder how they got there. Like House of the Dragon right now, we know that the Dance of Dragons is coming, but we're seeing with these few episodes how they're getting there, how they're getting to that divide in the family. So you can show in a trailer like, oh, they're in conflict or they're starting to be in conflict. I would say be very careful when it's like the end of the conflict, because there's so many trailers where it shows you like the final battle and it gives away, because an example was, I think it's called The Invitation, a movie that everyone was talking about. Everyone on TikTok was like complaining that there's a scene at the end where she's in a wedding dress fighting the vampire dude, and they're like, well, then she won, because if you're showing that battle towards the end, then obviously she's, like, she got to that point. And so try not to show too much of the conflict.
But there's definitely Priscilla just kicked herself out, I think. Yeah, here she comes back in. But there's definitely it's definitely a case-by-case basis on like what to put in the trailer, because like obviously, like for a trailer like Batman versus Superman, we know that Batman is versus Superman. We know they're gonna fight, so showing them fight, that's no big deal. But I think it was like something like one of the Mission Impossibles, or
I'm trying to remember a bigger movie.
Something like that had a fight in it where you were like, well, obviously he's a bad guy because otherwise they're not going to be fighting.
Yeah.
And in the beginning of the movie, they feel like he might be
like
a
the
friend.
fifth movie, or the 5th or the 6th.
It might be Mission Impossible. I don't know, but there's been plenty of movies that do it. But it's like a movie where you're watching the film itself, and they're portraying this person as if they were a friend, as if they were a nice character and part of the good guys. But in the in the trailer, they show them fighting. And so you just know that they're either a bad guy, they're just most likely a bad guy. So it kind of spoils that part of the movie and that revelation because it was in the trailer. And so a lot of people don't like that. And so you want to try to keep your trailer, what?
It was Mission Impossible. I remember it's the scene in the airplane where like he's fighting the dude that was Henry Cavill. And people were really mad about that because they were like, oh, so he's evil. Thanks.
Yeah, and that happens more than just that movie, but that was one that came to mind where it's the people are fighting, and then you just know that, well, if they're fighting, that means that he's not good like they act like. So that whole first part of the movie, you're just expecting like, when is he going to turn, or what's going to make him turn, instead of just assuming that he might be a friend to the main characters. So definitely you want to be careful with what movie you have and what content you're putting in your trailer, and not revealing too much. But you always want to put, why do you keep getting kicked out?
I don't know. It just keeps cutting me out every time I go in, so I'm just gonna stay in here.
Okay, anyway, so you definitely want to do it on a case-by-case basis and make sure that it's not spoiling too much, but giving what the movie is about in the trailer. With the studios that do 1 or 2 or more theatrical trailers, like I said earlier, they typically overlap with some of the scenes and content within,
Oh.
and maybe
what
just
are they?
edit it in a different order so it's a different sequence of clips with a few new things and scenes or dialogue sprinkled in.
I was just gonna say, when it's the final battle, one thing that I heard people complaining about a lot in like Marvel movies and stuff is show the cool, like really cool scenes, but don't show every single cool scene in the trailer. Because that was something that a lot of people complained about, that like, you gotta leave something for people to look forward to. When you're creating a trailer, you can't just take the best of the best scenes and throw them in the trailer, because then there is this sense of, oh, I've seen the best parts already, and there's no more surprises, there's nothing more exciting to look forward to, there wasn't the build-up. We're waiting for that big scene, and we're hoping that there's more, because if it's in the trailer, it's obviously not all of it, right? And then you go into it and that's it, and you're like, oh, that's it? Like the whole Rhino scene in Amazing Spider-Man 2, that was like the last 2 minutes of the movie, and people saw it in the trailer and thought it would be bigger than it was. You know?
Yeah, so there's definitely some things that kind of, I'm torn on that, because I've seen it both sides. I've seen it on the marketing side and on that other side of like the product itself side. On a marketing standpoint, it's kind of smart to put your best things in there, because that'll get people to go buy the tickets to the movie. That'll get people to download it or pay for it to watch it digitally and all of that.
But not all of them.
So the box office, the first weekend is the biggest thing for movies. So if you can get a majority of people to go, then you've made your money back and then some, just from that first weekend, because you've shown those good things. However, it can also, like Priscilla's saying, create dissent among your viewers and make them have bad word of mouth, even though the movie itself is good. They've already seen the best parts in the trailer, and so they're kind of mad about having paid for it, and it could create some like I said, dissent, and make them resentful for paying for it. And then that could make them leave a negative review or spread bad word of mouth, or just tell other people like, you don't even have to watch the film, you can just watch the trailer and you've seen the whole thing.
You can
And
show
then-
the best parts without showing all of it. You can show like,
It depends on how good the movie actually is. From a marketing standpoint, if the movie sucks, they still want to try to make it look as good as possible. And studios usually know when a movie sucks. They just have to try to get their money back. And so they try to showcase it as best as possible. So there are two sides to it. So it really depends on what you're going for. If you're going for it to try to make sure that people like the film and stuff, then definitely don't put all the best stuff in your trailer. But if all you're trying to do is get people in the seats in the theater, and you don't care about how it's going to affect further down the line, then you might just want to put the best parts in to get people to go. So, I mean, I don't know how I feel exactly about it, but I do know why it's done. And it's done for marketing. Trailers and teasers are a marketing tool. And so usually the justification for people is that they are meant to be used for that purpose, to get people to go see the film. And it doesn't matter what happens after that. But I can definitely see it from the other side as well, being like, well, I don't want to see the whole movie and all the best parts. If I'm going to a comedy movie, I don't want to see all the best jokes already told in the trailer. I want to see it in the movie itself. So there's definitely two sides to it, but you can think of from either standpoint when you're an independent filmmaker. And as an independent filmmaker, I would say probably your best bet is to try to not give away too much in the trailer, not give away all the best parts, because it's already hard enough to get people in the seats. And one of the best ways that independent filmmakers get people in the seats is by that word of mouth. They don't really have the biggest opening box office weekends. They usually start slow and build because other people say it's a good movie. So it is also a different way to look at it when you're doing marketing for a smaller film compared to marketing for like one of the biggest blockbusters that is coming out that summer or something like that. What?
You might be giving them something to look forward to, I suppose, if you're looking at it through that angle. Like, because some people, oh, I get to see that, and they don't, like, it's a smaller film, so a smaller film has that. That's cool. I want to see it. So they wouldn't mind as much if it's the whole thing, maybe, because it's already impressive that that's in a small production that well made, or that's already cool and it's there and they still want to support it, I suppose, if you're looking at it through that.
Possibly. I don't know. Like for that, I would say, I don't know. I don't like I said, like there's no right or wrong answer, I don't think. So that's why it's debatable. But there are multiple ways to look at it. Especially as an independent filmmaker, you have to look at it from a marketing standpoint, and you also have to look at it from a this is your story, this is your product standpoint. So you're on both sides of the thing. When usually in the bigger studios, it is the business, the executives and the producers versus the director and the screenwriters and all of that. And the screenwriters and directors don't want all that stuff shown in the trailer. But the producers and the executives want it because they just want to make money on it.
Yeah.
So it's definitely a different way of approaching it whenever it's a smaller film compared to a larger film. But this next stuff comes from Derek Liu. It's letter C in the syllabus. It's a video, and it is how to make a trailer editing 3-act trailer structures. Trailers typically follow a 3-act structure similar to short films and features. So something similar to what is on screen. They have setup, confrontation, and resolution. They have the introduction, that's act 1. You're telling you're introducing the characters, you're introducing what the plot is going to be about. Then act 2 starts, and you're trying to have rising action, the stakes, that conflict is shown of what's going to stand in their way, what do they have to overcome. Who you might introduce the antagonist in the act 2, if there is one, of who's going to try to stop them from accomplishing this goal that they're trying to do that was established in act 1. And then act 3 is the crisis or the climax. But it's a bit different when we're talking about a 3-act structure for trailers compared to feature films and short films. Trailers can sometimes look more like this line, which still is a 3-act structure, but sometimes they will start with a cold open to start with just like some random action or joke or something that will get audience's attention right off the bat. Because introduction parts are a little bit slower usually, and a little bit more of like taking time to build up, as you can see where the line starts going up and up and up. So to really hook an audience, especially with like short attention spans, a lot of trailers will want to start out really strong and hook the viewer before they even really start showing what is this movie about. They're just showing some part of the movie that's cool, visual effects or fight or a line of dialogue that's really good or a joke that's really good, just to start out with something and get people's attention, and then dip down to start building up the introduction into the climax. As well, also with a structure of a trailer, some will also add what is called a button or a final dialogue or clip to show one last moment or joke after that act 3. And that's usually happens like after the logos are shown, there's one final little piece of the film that is shown before the actual end of the trailer. And that's just to leave off on a high note. But some films will just end at act 3. And some films don't do the cold, I mean, some films trailers don't do the cold open and they don't do the button. They just have act 1, act 2, and act 3. But many do those to try to hook the viewer so that they start on a high note, they end on a high note, instead of ending right after like or right before the climax. When the trailer does have a cold open, it is typically followed by the logos, and then it starts act 1. So it'd be like a joke in a Marvel movie, and then we see the Marvel logo, and then we start seeing what is the film about, and then we see who's the bad guy and who's trying to stop them, and then the stakes are rising and rising and rising, and it gets to the climax, and then it cuts there before we see the resolution, and then they leave off with one final joke or one final moment to leave off on a high note to get people to stay interested even at the end of the trailer. Like I said, act 1 is the trailer, is the introduction showing the setting, the plot, and the characters. That way the audience that's watching the trailer, the viewers, they understand what the story is, what trailer they're watching, and what the movie is going to be about. Or it might be certain questions to get the audience thinking, stuff like philosophical questions about life, debates, things like that, to get people thinking during the trailer before it starts rising in action. It's always important to share the premise so the audience knows what is happening and can follow along with the rest of the trailer. So you always want to try to get the general baseline plot down. Yeah. So people aren't just like, what was this? What was it? What was this?
What's happening right
Yeah, what is this? What is this? All these random things. Like they can follow along because they know the plot, they know the character, the main character, and they know what they're trying to do because the trailer has established that. The music in act 1 typically sounds like it's building anticipation, building towards something. Then the trailer transitions to act 2, which is the escalation. It normally shows the central conflict or introduces the antagonist of the story, like I said. Oh, it can also look like this. If they don't want to leave off on a button, it can be a cold open, introduction, escalation, climax. And the line that's going to look more like that with a 3-act structure. Or it won't have this cold open, it'll start right at the introduction and go right up there. With a trailer compared to a film's 3-act structure. But they still follow that 3-act structure because you need to introduce the stuff, you need to raise the stakes and build the excitement, anticipation, make it escalate. And then the climax, reaching the highest point and cutting off there to get people excited to go see it. But anyway, act 2, it normally shows the central conflict or introduces the antagonist of the story. Music gets even more exciting, still building up, but almost at the cusp. This portion of the trailer should leave viewers wondering how they're going to get out or how they're going to handle certain situations. There should be uncertainty, doubt, and unanswered questions in this section. You don't want to answer the questions that you bring up in a trailer. You want to bring those questions up so people wonder what those answers are, and how are they going to find those answers? They have to go see the film. and that'll get them more inclined to go watch it or go buy tickets to watch it if it's in theaters. Then the trailer is going to transition to Act 3, the climax, where the most exciting or enticing scenes or moments are shown to get viewers excited to see the film. The music is at its most epic. Dialogue may be about the themes and message of the film, or how bad the situation is, or how they're going to succeed no matter what. And at the peak of the climax, the trailer ends and we get the title of the movie. That's because you don't want to show the resolution of the climax. Again, you want to make sure that you're building it up so that people are excited, and then they have to go see the movie to see what the outcome is from that situation. And you're just building it up and building it up throughout the trailer until you just end it on the highest note before you show what happens. Then some trailers will have that button, like I said, or that final one-liner, action piece, or part of the film they believe viewers will want to see. That could be, with Marvel movies, that's sometimes it's fan service stuff, showing that a cameo of a certain character is going to be in the movie, and they'll just pop that in at the very end so people can start talking about it and getting excited about some character appearing in one of the films. Other movies, they just leave off on part of the film that was funny or was cool or something to keep the interest high even after that climactic moment where you end right then and there in the trailer. Typically, if there is a button or that final little scene or clip or line of dialogue, it's going to be after the title of the movie is shown, and then right before the date or release or the coming soon are shown. That's usually the very last part of the trailer. It shows the release date and the website and the logos of the companies that worked on it, and some of that other information, all in like a split flash on screen. So if you are interested, you can pause it there and go research more into it and follow along with like a website or a mailing list or something like that. This next stuff comes from D for Darius. It's letter E in the syllabus. The video is how to make an epic teaser in 15 minutes, tutorial, Adobe programs. Ask yourself, what are the strongest qualities of your film? He's talking about it a lot more from an independent standpoint. So I think this really helps when you have like a lower budgeted film and you're kind of creating the trailer yourself. You want to ask yourself, what are the strongest qualities of the film? Is it compelling dialogue? Did you have really compelling dialogue? Is the script written really well? Were there strong acting performances? Or did you have any actors that may be known, B-list actors possibly, or even A-list if you were lucky enough? And if not, if they're unknown actors, where their acting performance is very good and strong so that you can showcase those? Did you have great cinematography, realistic special effects, or good visual effects? Was there great production design? Whatever the best qualities are, you might want to start your trailer off with that and have it be a major focus in the trailer as a whole. That way, you're leaning on your best qualities of your film because you didn't have the budget to make everything amazing. So you had to focus on some of the different elements. Or even with the bigger budgeted films, they will do the same thing. They will lean on what makes them, what their best qualities are. If their story isn't that strong, they usually don't rely on a lot of plot details and things like that. They will show a lot of action. They will show a lot of just fight scenes and special effects and visual effects to show that it's going to be, or just show a lot of locations and scenery and cinematography to show that it's going to be a beautifully cinematography. How am I trying to say this? That it's going to have beautiful cinematography within it. Beautiful shots and things like that. Or it's going to have really cool visual effects and action sequences. And so you really want to focus your trailer on that when you don't have all of the qualities being good, especially if the film as a whole is kind of not that great. Then you definitely want to focus on whatever makes it the best qualities that stand out the best. Like with everyone else is saying, 3-act structure, beginning with the intro, the middle will be the setup, and the end will be the build up to the cliffhanger, leaving people wanting more. Quick shots are usually better than long ones, or starting slower with longer shots. And then you start making the shots shorter as the trailer builds to build tension and excitement. That's an editing trick to make it seem speedier than it is. If you start showing, the introduction, you're showing clips for 3 to 6 seconds each. And then the escalation, you're showing them for 2 to 4 seconds, and the climax, 1 or 2 seconds, really, really quick. And it just makes it feel like everything's moving a lot faster because you're showing those clips for seconds and like a lot less time. And so it just makes it speed up and get more exciting. And that can be found within trailers all the time. It can also be found within films themselves when there's a build up to a tense scene. And we learned about that when we were talking about editing a few semesters ago. But almost every trailer has dialogue from different scenes playing over the top of visuals for part or all of the trailer. This helps to not give too much away because the viewers won't know who the person's talking to or where they're at when they are saying these lines of dialogue or who they're with. And it also helps give out a lot more information about the film a whole lot quicker because you can show what is happening while also explaining it with kind of like these exposition lines of dialogue. And so you'll see a lot of films, they have a line of dialogue where they're showing some other scene, and then they're showing maybe an in-scene piece of dialogue where they're actually talking to each other. And then it'll go again to like another clip of some other beautiful scenery or some other shot showing part of the story while they're saying another line of dialogue from a completely different scene. And they keep doing that over and over again to try to build anticipation, convey the story as quickly as possible with visuals and with the dialogue, and not give away all the information of the film because you don't know in which setting all of those things are taking place. But you do want to be sure not to pack too much information into the trailer. The general premise is good. Look at your log line and synopsis. The trailer should include the main info from those. If you try to explain too much in your trailer, it can start to feel clunky and possibly give away too much of your plot to get into the spoiler territory like we were talking about. Or even worse, it gives the people a reason not to have to see the film because the trailer's already answered everything they need to know from this movie.
Now, obviously, depending on the story, we're going to have givens, for example, like, if it's superhero story, more often than not, the heroes are gonna win. We already know that. If it's a romantic comedy, more often than not, so-and-so are gonna end up together. There are things that are givens and that are kind of like inescapable as far as spoilers or as far as like giving away part of the plot. But that doesn't mean that you have to give like main parts of the journey spoilers. So just be careful because some people are like, it's probably a given. They already know what the story is. So let's just show them the best parts. And that's where that can become kind of like, you already showed me the best parts. I already know the ending. I already know how the story goes, so I don't need to watch. That's where you need to find the balance between, all right, the story already has somewhat of a predictable basis to go, like they already know somewhat what's the plot, the resolution and whatever. Let's try to find a balance between showing them good shots and not showing them every single or the best of the best moments in the story. That's build anticipation for that, but not give it all away. Does that make sense? I don't know if I'm explaining.
Yeah, it makes sense. That's what I'm saying. Like,
It's hard.
again, that comes back to well, it depends on what you're going for. Marketing
Yeah,
it,
depending on the
are you
genre.
trying to just get as many people to go to as possible? Or are you trying to get people to go, but also trying to hold back enough information that they enjoy the movie? Because some companies, they don't care what you think when you get to the film itself, especially if they know that it's not very good. They just want to get people to go see it and buy it. And so it's not false marketing, because that stuff's actually in the film, but it does make you think you're going to see a better film than you are, because they handpicked all the best moments out to make sure that it seemed better than it was.
And let's be honest, when you go to the movie, you don't expect all of the best moments to be in the film, but when it is, you kind of do get disappointed
You mean in the trailer?
In the trailer, sorry. You kind of do get disappointed because you're like, oh, then I saw the best of it, and now it's just mediocre moments or so moments waiting for on the way to those scenes that I liked.
Yeah,
You
but
know,
again,
that
because you
sucks.
can explain that, it shows that companies do that. And
No,
it's
I know,
if it's
and it
because you
sucks.
went to go see the film, so that's all they cared about. So again, it depends on what you're going for. But I would say definitely try not to put all the best parts of your film in the trailer, especially if your film is pretty good. Then don't give away all the best parts, because if it's good enough to hold itself on its own as a movie, then the trailer should be attracting enough people to go see it, that the word of mouth can also spread and get more people to go see it, and everyone will enjoy it more if they didn't get it spoiled on all the best parts of the film. Like I said, with comedies, people complain about that a lot, about all the best jokes being in the trailer. And they don't want that, because they want to experience it while watching the movie. They're going there to laugh. They want to laugh, but if they've already seen those jokes, they're not as funny the second time, most of the time. And so if all the best jokes have already been given to them, then they're just kind of seeing the mediocre or the okay jokes, but not the best of the best.
Yeah.
But yeah, for back to D for Darius, some of his tips: if you have named actors, then you definitely want to put their name in the trailer and showcase them, because that's going to be a big draw, especially for an independent film. So you definitely, like, even if they're only in a little part of it, use their name, use their publicity to help market your film, because they had that talent release form that they signed off on. Hopefully you did that. So that gives you the right to be able to use their image and likeness in the trailer and in marketing materials to say this person is in my movie. So if you have a named actor that is known, do that. If you don't have named actors, then you want to forget flashing their names or yours if you're an unknown or new director, because it's not really going to do any good, and it might even hinder your trailer and make less people go see it, because you're showcasing that there's unknown people in it. And you don't really want to do that. If there are unknown people on it, again, you want to focus on the best parts of your trailer, your best parts of your film, your good qualities, and hopefully that's like the story, the dialogue. And so you want to focus on that stuff more than focusing on the actors and the director. Just because you've seen it in other trailers doesn't mean it's right for yours. Because a lot of people just kind of copy what larger companies do with their trailers. But the reason they put the names on there is because they're names that people know. They're names that have a fan base, and names that will get people who are fans of that specific person to go see the film. With people that nobody knows, that doesn't do anything. So it's just taking away from moments you could have added into your trailer that could showcase something else, or it's actually detracting people from coming to see it because they're like, hey, this sounds good, this looks good. Oh, what? Who's that? Oh, nobody I know is in it. Never mind. And there you go. They might not go see it because of that.
Or because the people are newer actors and might not be as experienced in certain performances. So when you focus too much on the performance over the story, when you have like a newer actor or a less experienced actor, that might also detract from it. Because sometimes the actor is good, but he just doesn't have as much experience, but he's in a really good story that could help him get more experience, you know? But if you focus too much on, okay, instead of showing the story, let's show the actor more, then people aren't going to be as compelled by the story because they don't know the actor. And so they're going to be like, oh, it's just about this actor that I don't know about. Not, oh, it's this story that's very interesting and it has this new actor. I don't
Yeah.
know if I'm explaining it right, but I think you know what I mean.
I think so. Yeah, I know what you mean. So you don't want to showcase an actor if they're unknown too much. I mean, if they're doing good dialogue and good performance, then you want to showcase those moments because those are good. But if they're not the best actors, or if their performances are okay, but they're not great, then again, you don't want to like flash their name across the screen and have people like, who's that? And then they're paying closer attention to that actor and they see that they're not doing the best with their performances, and that will make the whole thing feel less high quality.
I would just say if you have a good story and a less experienced actor, focus on the story, because that's good for you, because people are going to be focused more on your story and not necessarily what certain performances might lack. But also it's good for the actor because he gets to be in this film that has a really good story. People see it for the story mostly. They like it, and then this actor gets more popular and more work and more experience. So that's basically what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, so like Deepa Darius was saying earlier, you always want to focus on your best qualities. What are your best qualities of the film? That's what you want to focus on the most, and then go from there, from your best to your next best to your third best, fourth best, all the way down the list. Don't start from the bottom and work your way up. Just because other trailers do it, don't do the same thing they do if you don't have the quality that those other ones do. You also want to limit the number of characters you show to just the most prominent ones. You might have 15 characters in your film, but 6 of them are only in 2 minutes of it. And one of them's the main character, one of them's the main antagonist. And then, there's a few side characters and other things like that. You don't want to have to take all your time in the trailer showing each of the 15 characters. Focus on what the main story is about, what the main message is, and show it through that character. So that's usually going to be your main character, the main antagonist, and maybe a side character or two interacting with the main character. But the main focus of most trailers, and what you should probably do, is focus on the main character, the most prominent one. If it's a group of characters that are sharing the screen time, like they're always in a group, then you can show all 3 or 4 of them. But too many characters, it starts to get confusing and convoluted and take up too much screen time and kind of get boring. So be sure to kind of limit the number of characters you're showing to the most prominent ones and only feature the most prominent ones.
Or the ones that are most relevant to the story, to the main story you're trying to tease.
Yeah. You also want to limit the themes and messages in the trailer to one of your main strong themes that your film has. You might have subplots, you might have multiple themes, multiple messages throughout your film. Don't try to showcase every single one of them. Focus on what the main message is, what the main focus of this film is. Because it's just easier to follow, easier to understand. And again, the same thing happens. It starts to get over convoluted and hard to understand and hard to figure out what is this film about, because it seems like it's about so many different things, when in reality, maybe you only focus on those other messages for a few minutes, whereas the main message should be kind of portrayed throughout the whole film, or come back, brought back into the film's story over and over again. to kind of hit the message over the head. But that's the one that you want to showcase in your trailer, the main one. Because you don't want to clog up your trailer with all the extra stuff that's not really as relevant, as important, because you only have a few minutes to show everything. That's what the movie is for. The movie is for expanding these things out and delving deeper into all of these things. The trailer is just to showcase what the movie is about and to bring people to come see it. You want to maximize your visuals in the trailer. If your film is mostly talking, you want to try to find the scenes and shots where there's some kind of movement or action, no matter what that is, just any kind of movement or action, because if it's just two people sitting and talking to each other back and forth, it can get kind of stale and dull if you're just watching that, and it can make the movie seem like it's going to be pretty boring. And you don't want your trailer to be boring because that's going to be very hard to get people to go see the movie. Even if the movie is all just talking back and forth, you want to try to make the trailer seem like there's more going on so that it's a little more exciting, because that'll get more people to go want to see the film. And then if it's a really good story, even if it is a little slower moving and back and forth dialogue, if it's good dialogue and it's good story, they'll like it. But you can't show all of that in a trailer. So the trailer is just going to get, the trailer is going to not showcase the same amount of like story and dialogue as you can in the film. And that will make it worse if you're just kind of showing two static shots of characters talking back and forth the whole trailer.
So the point of you're making is you're not saying like, oh, show that it has more than it does. You're just saying like, if it is a movie that's very dialogue heavy, the dialogue has a purpose and there's an overall story, focus on the more dynamic scenes and the more dynamic moments to give people an idea of what your story is about.
Yeah, like even like you can maximize your visuals. You can show a visual happening while the dialogue is happening. Don't show those static shots of the two characters talking back and forth. Even if it's somebody cutting a piece of fruit, it's still some kind of movement.
But
It's
then
still
when-
something happening.
Yeah, no. But yeah, you have to find the balance between like that and not misleading. Like, oh, I thought this movie was gonna be better than it was, because that's a tricky thing, isn't it? Because you might run into that issue of people being like,
Again, with a trailer, when it comes to that, you just have to kind of do it. Because if all your film is just talking back and forth, you don't want your trailer to just be that. Again, if you think it's a good film,
no, yeah, but you have to find the balance between not misleading, but still.
well, it's not
Showing-
misleading if you have a scene of somebody cutting a piece of fruit. It's just something happening that's a little bit different, a little bit more dynamic than just two people sitting down talking back and
Oh
forth.
no, I know. I'm just saying that it is it is a balance, because you want to show the more dynamic scenes, but you got to be careful to not make it seem like it's a different story than it is, because sometimes that happens too.
That is true. Fish asks, would you use the same conflict in both trailers? Typically, yes. Typically, the same message is still going to be coming across so people understand what the movie's about. If there are, I would say the only time I would say it really depends is if the movie has like two main, maybe conflicting messages where it's kind of going back and forth and letting the audience decide what is right. Then you might want to showcase one trailer and one another trailer, or you might want to showcase them both. But for the most part, most trailers, even if they have multiple trailers, they're going to be pretty similar. Like I said, a lot of the same content, a lot of the same scenes even are used, and dialogue are used. Even when there's multiple trailers, they just add a little bit of extra stuff in between, or add a little bit of context here and there. But the majority of the trailer is pretty similar and pretty uniform to what the first one was, generally speaking. Again, that comes down to per production to production. And if you have a very unique and different film and story, then all of these rules don't really apply, but it is something to keep in mind. Just like with anything else, you always want to know the rules and know what you usually would do, so that you can know that you're breaking it. You can know that you're going against that, because going against something that is accepted in society already is harder to do than just going with what is already accepted. And if you know that you're
Isn't.
going against it,
Isn't accepted.
no, that is.
Oh.
Going against something that is accepted is harder to do than going with it,
Okay.
going with something that is accepted. Because if it's already accepted, people will just accept it and say, okay, yeah, sure. But if it's not, if it's something different, completely different, then it's going to be harder to showcase why it has that difference. And it's going to, go against the, what does it go against the grain? Is that the
I
saying?
suppose.
And so going into it, you just need to know that that is what you're doing, so that you can know there's going to be a little bit of an extra push that you have to do to get it to come across. But generally speaking, you usually want to keep your trailers uniform. You usually want to keep them having the same message, so that it feels like it's the same film. Because if you show a different message, if you show different conflict, it can start to feel like it's another film. And then if they're watching both trailers, the viewer might be like, well, what is this movie? Because of that first trailer.
Ties it together, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it needs to have uniformity. It needs to be uniform in the story and what it's representing, for the most part. D for Darius says your trailer can match the tone of the film, but it doesn't always have to. It's a marketing tool for your film, not the film itself. And I put a note because I would say it definitely depends, but for the most part, I would suggest matching the general tone of the majority of your trailer, that you want people to know what they're getting into and why they should buy a ticket. Mismarketing your trailer can have a lot of backlash and a lot of negative reviews, even if the film itself is sound. You just maybe attracted the wrong kind of audience. And mismarketing happens even with the big films, and
it's not always on purpose.
Right. Sometimes they just think that they are marketing to this crowd, or this crowd will like this movie, but they don't, because it seemed like it was going to be something different than it was. I think somebody mentioned that Blade Runner 2049, when it was marketed, it seemed they were trying to go for more kind of like how it's Star Wars. And then they attracted some of that audience, and they hated it because it's not really the same as that. It's a lot more slow moving and a lot different. So mismarketing it in that way got a lot of backlash at first. But again, like, it depends on what you're trying to do with your film. If you're just trying to get people to go see it, then sometimes you just do it to do it.
Yeah, but it's also about,
regardless the consequences.
Yeah, quality over quantity. Because if you lose the trust of your audience, I feel like you lose everything. If you bamboozle your audience into thinking they're going to one thing, but really they're going to another, that might create a lot of ill will in the future, to where they won't trust you or the story you're trying to tell again.
Yeah.
So you got to be careful.
So there, it can have backlash for future projects as well. So it's something to just keep in mind, but it depends on what you're trying to do. Because this is ultimately a marketing tool. So the ultimate goal of a trailer is to get people to go and see the film. And so you can make it however you want, but I would say generally you want it to represent the film. You want it to keep the same tone and kind of give the idea of what the film is going to be, so people know what they're getting into. But that's up to the individual and up to the production. D for Darius, he also said, he suggested if you have any extra non-spoiler footage or deleted scenes, you might want to use that in your trailer if it's good quality, that just didn't make it in the film because it didn't fit exactly. That way, as long as it's kind of in the same tone of your film, it's in the same world, and it's not like completely out of place, then it can still kind of showcase your film, and you can use these deleted scenes it won't spoil the film because it's not actually in there, but it gives the general idea of what that film's going to be like. And sometimes that can be a really good thing, especially for a marketing tool. So that is something to look into as well. Again, I would say, yes, that's fine, but also be aware that that doesn't exactly portray your film because it's not actually going to be what's in your film. If you already know that it's not in your film, then you know that even if it's in the same tone, in the same realm of your film, it's not your film itself. So just be aware that you aren't exactly showcasing your film in that instance. You are showcasing kind of the idea of what that film is going to be. So if people did like those scenes or those shots, they may just be disappointed to not see them in the film. And
Yeah,
again,
that's
this
the-
happens with the bigger budgeted movies as well. They make these trailers, they put all these scenes in them that don't end up appearing in the film, and people get disappointed because they really liked a line or they really liked a moment. Even like big action scenes and big parts that were visual effects and stuff, sometimes that stuff gets cut out and people are like, that looked like it was going to be so cool, that's the reason I came to see the film, and then they'd cut it out. So there's
There's always a risk.
a double-edged sword to that kind of thing, but it can be a good idea to use it, because that's not like, usually it's not going to be too likely, especially with a lower budget film, it's not going to be too likely that they are going to pay that much attention to the trailer and the film to recognize that it doesn't have the scenes.
I just say make sure to not have the extra scene you're adding in the trailer be too big as far as the story, like be way too influential or a way too, or like a huge scene or like a big part of a huge scene. If it's like a little snippet or a little added thing here or something that's not of consequence to the whole story as much.
Yeah. Yeah, something not too spoilery is what he was saying.
Yeah, because that way it won't create that outrage as much. It's just a little addition, like, oh, there's that scene too. And that can even create like what the hell? Fan theories and stuff. That can even create fan theories and stuff. Because they're like, oh, this scene was deleted. And so they were probably going for this or something like that. That's also another thing that can come from.
Mhm.
That I've
And
seen
so
it.
usually it's fair game with trailers and teasers to put stuff like that in them, footage that doesn't appear in the film inside of them, especially teasers. And a lot of people have started to understand that teasers don't always represent the film because they're made so early that the editing is probably going to change by the time it comes out, and so not to expect it to be exactly the same. He also mentions, just like I said earlier, you want to leave questions unanswered. Don't introduce questions and then throughout the trailer answer the questions with snippets, bits, and pieces from other scenes. You want to make sure that you don't end up accidentally or on purpose answering the questions that you started to raise in the beginning of the trailer or in the middle of the trailer by the end. You want to make sure that those questions remain unanswered, so that they go watch the film to see what those answers to the questions are. The next thing is Film Editing Pro. It's letter F in the syllabus, how to make a blockbuster movie trailer. I definitely recommend watching his video because he breaks down like the timeline, and he breaks down like how it looks in an actual big budget trailer, and he shows like how they line it up and how they do it. And I think he did it really well. The way you typically want to cut movie trailers is by doing a line of dialogue, then a moment, like a scene or a small moment within the film, and showcasing what that moment is. And then another line of dialogue over different footage, another moment, another line, and back and forth like that. Trailers are more about style than story. Stylistic trailers with not too much about the story, or even a mediocre story, might still get someone to think the movie looks good because that stylistic trailer made it seem like it looked good, even though the story just sounded like it wasn't that great in the trailer itself. The opposite of that, a lot of story detail with no style may make the viewer think the film looks dull or boring, even if the story is good. So you definitely want to think about it in marketing terms more than in story terms. It's a marketing tool. You want to market it to people. You want to get them excited to see it. So it's more about the style of it and the way it's edited, the sound effects, the music, the shots that are used, the way that the story is portrayed throughout the trailer. All of those things start to make people more or less excited about the film as they watch the trailer. So you definitely want to pay attention to all of that and not try to get your entire story out there if you're not going to do any stylistic choices in your trailer to make it kind of stand out or impactful. Sound effects and sound design are greatly important when it comes to trailers, like whooshes, the big like throngs, any bangs, buildups, and more are all used to emphasize moments, scene changes, and transitions, or to help build excitement. I know you guys have all seen it where it's like boom, boom. They keep showing like different scene clips here and there, and they fade in and out of black, showing those different clips with the big throng happening. I don't know. Everybody says Inception started it. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but I do know Inception's trailer does it. And it is a cool thing. It can be overused, but it is cool, and it does build that excitement. Whooshes like whoosh, whenever like they go from
It
one
helps
scene to the
transition
next.
since it's such a short amount of time, it's like you only have a couple minutes. It really does help transition the flashes, the moments, the little scenes here and there, and put them together.
Yeah. This is from his video. Like I said, I definitely recommend looking at it because he breaks down an actual trailer for what is it, for Warcraft, and he shows like what they did and how they did it. I'm going to explain a little bit of it, but watching the video, it definitely helps to visualize it as well as hear it. Dialogue is typically going to be placed in between the larger sound effects and the louder music. That way, obviously, the dialogue can be heard. Gabe, no, not the video I sent on WhatsApp. That was something else. I can send this one too. It's in the syllabus though. It's letter F under teasers and trailers. If you're looking for
Okay,
it, it's how to make a blockbuster movie trailer.
You know why I said that though is because the one that you sent us when the music was playing, there was a part where the music playing picture, and then it showed like the climax as I just understood it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, please send it. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Where was that? Oh. So yeah, dialogue is typically placed in between sound effects and louder music. That's because you want people to hear what the dialogue is saying. So you don't want to have too loud music over the place of dialogue or sound effects taking place during dialogue, unless that dialogue's not too important to legibly understand. But for the most part, if you have dialogue in your trailer, it's because you want people to hear what that line of dialogue is saying. So you'll typically have that in a more quiet spot when possible. Sound effects will fill in the gaps and help with transitions. Music helps build the emotion, excitement, and intensity. Music and sound effects help with style moments. They help build them up and transition between them and story moments in the trailer. Style moments also give the viewer time to process the story information so they can keep them engaged. If it's too much story and it's just like story, it gets a little hard to keep up and pay attention, and then a viewer can get lost and not understand what's happening with the rest. With YouTube and stuff, they can go back and rewatch it, but you know, the likelihood of that happening is a little less than them just watching it straight through. So you want to try to make sure to kind of break it up. That's why style moments are important. He was saying that's why style moments are important, is to break up the story moments so that you have time to contemplate those, and then you can still keep up with the whole thing and understand what is being said and what is going on. Nearly every trailer has a montage of some sort, but if they aren't done with a purpose and are just a mess of randomly selected shots from the film, it can be chaotic and confusing. Again, I've seen independent filmmakers try to copy larger budget movies where they're trying to do the montage of different clips and different cool shots, but they don't have as many cool shots and stuff to show. So it's just a bunch of random clips shown over each other, and it's not that cool, or it just doesn't flow well, and it looks kind of clunky, and it just doesn't look as good, and it immediately stands out as a more amateurish film. And that's a problem. You don't want your marketing tool, that being the trailer or the teaser, to make you look like an amateur. You want it to make you look like you're more professional than you are. You want it to make it look more stylistic and higher quality than maybe it really is, or at least show the high quality parts of the actual film itself.
Or it also helps because, like, obviously there's always that balance, but I feel like it's also good to show the potential of, like, how do I explain this? Like, you don't want to make the movie look higher quality visually than it is. That's always scary. But you also have to find the balance, because you can still show in a trailer, like, this is what it could be. You can still be professional. Just because your movie's not the highest quality ever doesn't mean that your trailer has to be garbage, because I see it, not garbage, but like lazy would be a better way of wording it. Because I do see a lot of lower production companies and like smaller film directors and stuff like that. When they put out the trailers, they're like, oh, yeah, like they don't really try as much, because they're like, oh, this is a small film anyway. We're just gonna put like maybe a couple scenes or a couple lines here and there, and then we're gonna promote the film in other ways, or we're gonna, oh, this is all we have. And they're like, oh, this is all we can do, because they don't want it to look more professional. They don't think it can look better. And it's definitely hard. It's definitely scary, because you don't want, like, I can imagine it must be scary if you try to do like a high production value on a trailer, and then the movie has a little bit lower production value, you know, or is a little clunkier or different. You would be afraid of that. But at the same time, I feel like you have to, just like when you're being creative in your film, just like how you're trying to work with those limitations you have, I feel like you can totally do that in the trailer too, and still make it really good.
Yeah, and I think I would say, like, as long as you are showing what the film is about and you're showing parts of the actual film, then the high quality, I mean, you're not going to get higher quality visuals than what you already have in the actual film.
Yeah,
You
I'm
might
talking
just
about,
pick
like,
the
maybe,
better quality visuals you actually have.
yeah, or like cut it in a different way, make it seem a little more fast paced than it is, or make it seem a little more, or maybe like edit it.
Well, you
more.
definitely want to make it, like, if it's a slow movie, you don't want it to seem slow in the trailer.
No, yeah, I mean, for example, I do know some people that do like a different filter when they're doing the trailer, so it looks completely different than the actual film. I've heard of that too.
That happens even in big budget movies.
Exactly, but that's what I'm saying. Like, with a smaller budget one, it's a little scarier, because I don't know if
I don't know if it's scarier. I mean, like, you're getting people to go see the film, and if you
No,
believe
I
it's a
know
good
some
film,
people are afraid of doing it because they're afraid of backlash from it. I've seen a few videos where people are talking about that, and they're like, "Oh, we were afraid of making it look too different in the trailer, too different looking than it is in the movie," and then people saying that we mismarketed.
Yeah, like I said, like you usually want to try to keep it the tone and the feel of the trailer similar to the film. Um, but it is, again, it's a trailer, it's a teaser, it's meant to market the film. It isn't the film itself.
And that's something
So
that
I
we
mean, like
should
if people
know.
don't understand that, that's kind of on them, especially at this point when we've seen so many trailers and we've seen the movies themselves and how they don't always represent each other, because the trailer isn't the film. The trailer is meant to market the film. So it is a different thing. So it is, but it is difficult. And this is, there's so many things that go into it that that's why a lot of these independent creators and even big budget movies, if they mismarket it, if they make a bad trailer, doesn't matter how good the film is, it's usually not going to do well because they mismarketed it to the wrong audience, or they did a bad trailer and everyone thought the film was going to be crap, so they didn't go see it. So if the Sonic movie had kept Sonic the way he was, then, or if they had changed it and not like marketed the hell out of, hey, we changed it, look, we changed it. If they just kept it quiet and kept that for the film and kind of like showed it on their social media and that's it, a lot of people probably wouldn't have gone and seen it, because the first animation, a lot of people didn't like it.
A good example
So-
of that is a lot of movies have like crappier CGI in their trailer, and then they perfect it when you actually go to see the movie.
That wasn't the case for Sonic the Hedgehog.
What?
You said that
They-
wasn't the case?
Actually gonna have that crappy CGI.
No, I know they were going to have it.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just saying, like, if they hadn't marketed the new, like, even if they changed it, if they didn't market that they changed it, then a lot of people wouldn't have gone and seen the film because the trailer didn't appeal to them.
And I'm giving examples of sometimes they do that where they do that where they will have a crappier version on the trailer, and they will not market like, oh, we perfected it. They won't market the perfected version. They'll just share the crappier CGI, and then people will go, oh, this looks really bad, and they won't know that the movie actually looks better.
Yeah. But yeah, Sonic the Hedgehog's case was they were going to make it that way, and they got a lot of backlash, so much so that they said, okay, no, we're going to change it, which
Must
is
have been a
which is
lot of
good for
work.
them, because now they have a second film, a third film coming along. So, I mean, they did the right choice, but it cost them a lot of extra money to be able to do that different
But it's
animation.
better that they had that option, right? Than if it tanked. Like it's so cool to see that they are the fans and they did it. Not every company has the ability to do that or the willingness to do that.
Right.
But yeah, so it was still really cool that they did it. And it must have been a marketing nightmare, but also like to have to remarket everything, like now it's better, now it's better, now it's better.
Yeah, so it was a bit more costly for that type of stuff, and especially just extra work for the
But
animators.
I mean, if you think about it the way Hollywood works, that could have been a marketing scheme. Like they could have just planted it that way. Oh, we're gonna put these crappy images out. The fans are gonna hate it, but the original intent, is already like maybe they didn't spend any money at all. We don't really know.
That's honestly, yeah, that is a good point, because that is a way of marketing, is hate. I don't know what it's called, but it's like hate marketing, basically, where you're getting people to hate it so much that it spreads the word
Watch it, yeah.
of it all over the place, because sometimes that works better than something good. Somebody people hating stuff sometimes spreads faster than people liking stuff or loving stuff.
Hate watching is a real thing. for
So
some
yeah,
reason.
I totally agree with that. That could have been, an actual marketing ploy, or not. I guess we'll never really know unless somebody comes out with it years from now. But yeah, that could have been a marketing ploy to get people to actually talk about it, to get it more relevant. But
because you look at that and you think, right, this can't be on purpose. This is way too ugly. Like, you
nah,
just-
because like Lion King and Chipmunks and all these other things were coming out that had all these weird.
Hey, the chipmunks were cute. You shush.
Alright.
No, but like, I just mean it was so weird. Like I don't know. I looked at it and I was like, really?
Yeah.
Well, makes you ask the question, why did they care so much to even consider the negative comments, specifically after the Ghostbusters movie had so much drama behind it? And it was just like, oh, we don't care if you don't like the movie, then you're a hater. You know what I mean?
Maybe
So
it's because it's about their reputation, not as much the fans are being a hater. This was about their actual reputation as far as quality and people not watching.
It could have also been, I mean, because it was Sonic, it could have also been the IP with, I think Sega still owns them. If Sega still owns Sonic, it could have been Sega getting involved. Like, there's many reasons why it could have happened, but it definitely could have been something that was pre-thought out and done on purpose. Or it could have been something that was accidental and made up for the fact by fixing it or changing it because they got so much backlash.
that's what I'm saying. Like, you have a movie like Sonic the Hedgehog, which is like, we've seen these types of movies, but this is like a first for Sonic the Hedgehog. I mean, we had Super Mario and other movies, similar movies to that, but
Ooh, that movie.
it's just in that category. So it's just like, if it failed, it failed. If it did good, then it did good. But the fact that they actually were like, of all the movies they went, like, I can imagine them doing this for like the Avengers or the Spider-Man movie. Like, oh, they started, oh, we don't like the way Spider-Man's costume. Okay, we're gonna fix it. The fans don't want to see it because that's a big anticipated film. But this one here was kind of like they didn't really know where it was gonna go, so they actually did the research and listened, and then made that. Well, supposedly.
Yeah, sometimes it's just
Right.
about who's in the position of power that's able to actually listen and do something. And sometimes it's just, it would have been really embarrassing for the studio and for their CGI department
Not
than
gonna
saying that it looked that bad. So they're like, crap,
saying like
can't
it's
have this.
been chalked up as to just another flop. But they decided to go ahead and go through the motions of actually doing that. They could have pulled it like they did Batgirl. You know what I mean? It's no big deal for them to pull a movie. So it just goes to kind of question, maybe it was a publicity stunt, or maybe, they just, to go through that effort is
Maybe they actually listened and cared about the fans. Isn't it crazy that we're in a place where that's one of the most least likely possibilities? It's like, hey, they actually listened to the fans. Man, they probably did it for the publicity.
what it's looking like. And then I set up the second movie, like nobody really questioned it. It's like, oh, they have our respect now. Let's go see the second one.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, that can be a marketing ploy, but I mean, it could or couldn't be. So, but it's definitely a possibility. But yeah, so anyway, back to the trailers. So you always want to think about, when doing montages, you always want to think about cause and effect, how one shot might flow into another. And you'll see this all the time in trailers where they seamlessly blend two shots together that are from completely different scenes that kind of make it seem like those things happen in the same scene or in the same moment.
Or you see the opposite, where you can clearly hear that the dialogue was chopped together and it sounds completely different in tone, but they can make up for it with like the visuals or something like that.
Well, it's not even always to just make it seem to give a false sense of it being the same scene. Sometimes it's just because they're showing a montage, they're showing clips from different scenes, and they want to blend it together as best as possible. So the montage itself can be like a little mini movie.
No, yeah, but I'm saying they make up for the fact. I've seen a lot of trailers make up for the fact that they're trying to like blend one line of dialogue, a bunch of lines of dialogue into one line. In the trailer, you've seen that before, where it's a completely different tone, they're using different words, but you can tell it's completely different lines of dialogue, but they're together. But they make up for that by like having scenes that flow together well in the background while that voiceover is playing and maybe not a little more disconjointed.
Yeah.
So that's a good way of making up for it if you can't flow the dialogue as much as well.
Yeah, and then it can also obviously be purposely done where you're trying to show, if it's done well, you can make something seem like it's going to happen. It seems like these two characters are going to fight or they're getting ready to kill each other in the movie. from the trailer, and then you go see the movie, and oh, he was never actually he wasn't even pointing the gun at that other guy. He was pointing it at a target in the movie. They just blended the scenes together to make it look like he was pointing it at character B. And so you can definitely do it intentionally to try to mislead the audience as well. And that can be a really good, what is it called? It can be a really cool misdirect to do in the trailer that only a trailer could do. But you also, when doing montages, you want to try to think of cause and effect, make sure that you are thinking of how these can blend together to kind of create a story. I know, like I think one of the Star Trek movies, they had a trailer that it looked like the Enterprise was crashing, and then the next clip was the Enterprise coming out of the water. And so it kind of looked like they might have crashed into a planet's ocean and then fixed it and came out of the water. When in reality, those were like, I think the ocean one was like the first scene in the movie, and the other one was from a different part altogether. But it blended well in the trailer and made sense to the montage where you could keep up. It wasn't just randomly selected scenes. That was done intentionally, cause and effect. So it could have flown in. I mean, it could have flown well together, even if it was in the movie. And that way, that montage isn't as chaotic and confusing because it can still be followed along with. You also want to consider, when making a montage, the focal point of each shot. So he illustrates this by highlighting where an action is taking place in each given scene, each given moment for that montage in red, while the rest is grayed out, the red being right here. Focal point is basically where the viewer's eye is going to be from one take to the next. So you have these in a montage, you have little short clips. They might only be on for half a second or less, even sometimes. So you really want to make sure that the people are able to keep up with it. And a good way to do that is keeping the focal points of each shot of the action that's happening on screen in the same place from the end of one shot to the beginning of the next. So if action happens on the right side of the screen in the first shot of your montage, you want the next shot to have the action in the right as well, as that is where the viewer is already going to be looking.
And not breaking the 180-degree rule still counts as far as trailers as well.
No, not necessarily. Not in a montage. But it's mainly just about keeping people's eyes on the same part of the screen so that they can keep up with the action that's happening.
But when you're doing like continuity, for example, like when you're trying to put those action scenes together and they're not necessarily.
Not action scenes, just little clips of action happening.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like when you're trying to put those clips together, they might not all be in the same angle or the same camera facing the same direction, but you're trying to make them
To find a way to
Is that what you're saying?
the jump. So like if you were going to cross the line, there would have to be some like either a flash, a skip, or something that's in between that justifies it. So like some trailers actually have bits of dialogue that are back and forth, like almost like a moment in a scene. So like you would still have to go by the 180 or the line of action. Now I get what you're saying. If you're going between like the garage to the living room or something, no, but like if you still have two characters that have dialogue within and they're talking to each other, you still kind of have to follow that.
Right,
Otherwise,
yeah, definitely. Yeah, I was meaning more for like montages in this instance where it's just random clips from the movie. Not exactly random, it's selected purposefully, but where it should be. But played back to back, it can feel random if they are edited in different ways, making them kind of confusing to keep up with. And so one of the ways where the focal point is, Priscilla, you're talking about camera movement. I'm talking about on the screen, where are you looking?
No, yeah, but don't those things blend together at the end of the day?
What do you mean?
When you're talking about trying to create cohesiveness in a trailer and make it seem like those shots fit together.
No, you're not trying, like in a montage, you don't always have to have them fitting together.
I don't know if I know how to explain this right.
So a montage can just be anything. It can be like I'm showing somebody crying on the bed, and then the next little clip I'm showing is somebody taking out a sword from their sheath, and the next shot I'm showing is an explosion in the background and someone getting thrown forward. Whatever's in my movie, I can show different parts that are happening really, really quickly. And this is usually happening in the third act.
Yeah, but when
At the
you're
climax, you're kind of just showing some cool clips or some dramatic clips to show what is happening in the movie to get people excited to go see it.
But when you're talking about having those scenes in the same line of vision so that people can be looking at the same place, wouldn't that still count as well? Like, wouldn't it be good if they were or important for them to all be in the same? For example, if the action's all happening on the left side, for it to every scene is happening like that.
Yeah, so if one clip ends, all right, so he shows like in this left side, there's a clip right here where he's swinging his weapon at the guy from left to right. So at the end of that small clip, the viewer's looking at the right side of the screen. The next clip he showed, he actually flipped it horizontally because in the actual movie, this guy falls to the left side of the screen. And he flipped it so that he's falling to the right side of the screen so that where you're looking is already at the right side of the screen and you're going to see this guy fall to the right. However, you could also have the next start of the clip be starting at the right side of the screen and maybe somebody walks to the left. Now, the clip that you're showing after that one, you should start the focal point from the left side because that's where the people are going to be looking.
Mhm.
You got to think these shots are being shown so quickly that if there's action, let's say happening right up here at the top left, and then the next part it's over here, and the next clip it's going to be right here. People have to look all over the place to keep up, especially if they're watching it in a movie theater where it's like a theatrical trailer. Then, you know, if they're showing it in a preview or something, then they're watching it in a movie theater and those screens are so big. You don't want the people having to turn their head all over the place to keep up. You want to keep the action when you can, when possible. You want to keep the action in the same spot of the frame so that from the end and the beginning of each clip. So the end of one clip is kind of in the same general area as the beginning of the next clip. And then if the next clip goes to the left or goes up, then you can start the next clip with some footage that starts up and goes down or left or right, and so on and so forth for your montage.
That's what I was trying to figure out.
You know, and if you have a lot of scenes that are centered, like action that's in the center, you can kind of just show those clips back to back and it doesn't really matter because everything's going to be in the center anyway. But when stuff's moving all over screen, like this guy getting thrown off the ledge of this mountain or falling or whatever's happening right here, and he's going all the way over to the other side of the screen, then you want to make sure that the next clip is going to be something right here where the person's already going to be looking, so it's easier to keep up with. It's not always possible to do. So that is something also to keep in mind. It's not always possible, but when it is, it's something worth keeping in mind because when it is possible, you always, well, not always, but you typically want to do it. Another thing he mentions is when you are doing a montage, you might have several clips and you can do what is called shot grouping. Normally, you're going to have 2 or more shots from the same scene, and the rest are going to be from other scenes in the film. In the picture, you can see he did this. Like the 2 pink ones are from the same scene, the 2 blue ones are from a different scene, the 2 yellow ones are from another scene, and all the green ones are from a different scene. So there's 4 scenes in this little montage clip. That could be like a 10-second, 15-second clip all together. And so those things are like flashing by really quickly. And so to keep it more consistent, to make it make more sense to the audience, instead of randomly throwing these all together and having one of the green ones over here and the pink one right there and the blue one over here and all over the place, you might want to group them together so that it makes more sense and is more cohesive, because these two shots are going to be easily followed, because, you know, the beginning of this shot is going to lead into that shot, and it's going to kind of make a little bit of sense for whatever that scene might be, that scene moment. And then, you know, this one's going to lead into that one, and this one into that one. And then these ones are going to be all leading into each other. So even though they're different shots, they're coming from the same scene and they're easier to keep up with than if you just had them thrown all over the place haphazardly, making it chaotic and confusing to your audience. Montages are really hard to do correctly because they're so quick and there's so many different clips. And that's why you want to pay attention
And
to
it can
these.
very easily just look clunky, right? Like a
Very
jumble
easily look
mess.
clunky, and like you just kind of took a scene out of your film, took little clips from all over the place and just threw them all together. And you don't want it to look like that. You want it to look like there was a purpose to it. So again, I recommend watching his video because he breaks down, I think he breaks down the Jungle Book trailer and shows how the Jungle Book uses this shot grouping technique to help with their little montage at the end of their trailer.
I think a good thing would be a good trick for that would be find things that have like a common theme, like if a common emotion, and you get the scenes that have that common emotion, or a build up to attention, or showing how each moment reacts or builds up to that thing.
Yeah, it's kind of like thinking of the cause and effect of like, how could one scene lead into the next? But instead of thinking of like one huge moment, you're thinking of, okay, these two moments, how could they make sense together? And then how could they also lead into these two moments? And then how could these two moments lead into these two, and so on and so forth for however long your montage is. And that will help it make sense. And he explains it like being like a mini movie. Like I think it was like Mowgli was running from what is that? The tiger called?
No, not Bagheera. Rock.
Never mind.
I don't remember.
Anyway, Mowgli is running from, I think he was just running in the jungle at
Actually, I
first.
remember.
And so they show him running in the jungle, and then they show him jumping up a tree or something like that. And then in the next, it's from a different scene, but they're showing like the panther looking up in the sky. So it looks like he could be looking at Mowgli. Obviously he's not, because we can tell it's a different scene, but it still makes sense in a montage. And then something else happens in that scene, which kind of leads into the next one. And the final one is him running through the forest while it's all burning down, while the tiger is chasing him through the forest. And so it all kind of blends in together. It's all him running around and him moving. And it's kind of like he's going through the entire sequence, running from something. And so it makes sense as a whole. And it also makes sense split up, even though it was taken from different scenes. And that's what you want to do in a montage. You want to make it make sense and make it be its own kind of little movie. Even if people don't view it that way, it'll still just subconsciously make sense and be easier to follow along with.
Mhm.
It's also just more enjoyable to look at and watch because you can kind of follow along with it a lot easier. The shots don't all have to be from the same scene for the grouping to work. You can group shots from multiple scenes together as long as they flow well together and seem to continue the same micro story you're creating with your montage. That's like the panther looking up in the air. It kind of goes in hand with Mowgli getting or jumping off a tree or whatever it was where he's going up. And so the next shot is showing somebody looking up as if they were looking at him. So even though we obviously can tell it's not the same scene, it still makes sense in that little montage micro story kind of way. The other thing with like editing trailers is going to be very different from editing long form content. Long form content being like TV shows and films, or even short films if they're like 30 minutes or 15 minutes or something like that. it's almost a different skill set entirely, because different genres are going to have different points to hit with their trailers, and the style editing is just so much different than what you would get if you were editing a scene in a movie, where just because you have an editor that's really good at editing film, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be good at editing trailers, and vice versa, because they're just different. They're different tools. The film is to show a story. The trailer is to market a film. But the different genres are going to have different points to hit with your trailers. For horror, there's going to be probably jump scares or spooky environments with anticipation. They're often used like maybe slower moments that are in the dark so that you're anticipating something happening. And then a few like jump scares or something creepy happening, or just a spooky environment as a whole, so that you get the sense of something creepy and you get that horror feel. One rule with horror is to not show your monster. The unknown can be scarier than the known, and not showing the monster can give people a reason to go see the movie. That can apply for more than just horror. I don't really think you would count Godzilla as a horror, would you?
No, that's more of like a monster movie.
Yeah, but they still showed it more of in like the aspect of keeping him in, like, I think it was one, I don't know. I think it was one of the first ones that are like revamped, the remake of it.
Well, yeah, because
But
they don't.
they
wanna show
showed him
what
in the
it looks like right
shadow,
now,
they
yeah.
showed him in behind the cloud. And
Built
it's
anticipation.
not always because they don't have it fully animated and the CGI complete. A lot of the times it can also be because they don't want to show it. They want you to see the movie to see what he looks like and to get that feeling.
And
The
also
same thing can be,
excitement, like, oh my gosh, I wonder how it looks like now, 20 years later, or however many years later since the last Godzilla.
yeah. And so like the same thing can be with a horror movie. If you have a ghost, if you have a monster, if you have something unique, you usually don't want to show it because that kind of ruins that moment of not knowing what this thing is, not knowing what it looks like, but it just being kind of creepy, and then finally getting it revealed in the movie. So that is one rule that they generally say to use with horror
Did they show
trailers, is not
what
showing.
the monster in It Follows was? What like the creature looked like? I don't remember.
I'm not sure.
Because I remember that was like a lot of people really liked that movie and the trailer because we didn't know what exactly it was. The
Right.
thing that was like trying to kill her or whatever. And everyone was like curious because of that. Like, that's interesting. I wonder what it's gonna be. If it's a ghost, if it's a demon, if it's a monster, if it's a whatever.
Yeah, because you didn't know, and that was part of the appeal of it, was not knowing.
An STD monster.
So for comedy, demonstrating the humor that's going to be found in the film is a major aspect of it. You don't want to, if you have kind of like disparaging comedy, like different kinds of comedy in your movie, you want to show the one that is the main type of humor used, because you don't want, again, like you usually don't want people, that'll be a huge mismarketing opportunity, is showcasing the wrong kind of humor. Like even if there's just one or two jokes that somebody says and they're doing it in a very different way than the rest of the humor of the film, you want to showcase the main aspect of the comedy, because that's going to draw the audience that wants to see that kind of humor, that finds that kind of humor funny, and wants them to go see it, compared to somebody thinking it's going to be some other kind of humor and then going to the movie theater and, oh, I didn't come to see slapstick, I saw a bunch of witty humor in the trailer, but really that was just 2 lines in the whole movie from one side character. You know?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of moments like that. There's also a lot of moments in reverse where you think it's just going to be slapstick because all the trailer shows is slapstick, and then hey, it's actually really good comedy.
Exactly.
Well,
And so
rare,
you
but
kind of
it's-
want to, if you have multiple kinds of humor throughout the whole thing, then maybe showcase a few of them. But you know, there's usually going to be one central kind of humor in a comedy film,
A good
and
example,
you want to showcase that in your trailer to draw the right kind of audience.
A good example would be Parks and Rec and The Good Place. Those are 2 shows that are written by the same guy. I forgot his name. But he does a lot of different types of comedy in his shows. And you will watch a teaser for an episode and you'll be like, oh, or you'll watch one character and you'll be like, oh, it's that kind of comedy. But then you'll see another character and it's a completely different one. A lot of comedic movies have that too, where they will have like 2 or 3 different styles of comedy to appeal to different audiences that like different types of comedy. And showing those different types is really good to show that it's not just one thing. But also it can be hard because then you might be able to, you might like have the impression of, oh, what if it's a little bit of everything? What if it's mixed? When really it's more of one thing with a little bit sprinkled in. Finding
That's
the
what I'm
balance is
saying.
really
So you
hard.
want to showcase, usually you want to showcase the main one. And if
Yeah.
there's 2 or 3 main ones, then show all of those, but don't show a kind of humor if it's just 1 or 2. There's a plenty of different kinds of humor. There's observational, there's
Yeah.
dark humor. If there's only one dark humor joke in your movie, you probably don't want to put that in your trailer because that's going to misrepresent what the kind of humor is.
Yeah,
in
finding
your film.
balance is key.
It's not finding balance in that. That's just picking the main one that's in
No, yeah,
the
balance in
film.
the sense of what you're
Most
gonna
comedy
show.
movies will have one overarching type of humor. Even if you have a character that is very pessimistic and they're using a lot of that kind of humor, even the majority of the movie might be optimistic humor. And
Maybe balance isn't the right word. What I mean is just like picking, like trying to find what will I put in and what will I not. Because I feel like a lot of filmmakers will also run into the issue of, oh, I want to make sure they see this, but also that this movie's about this, but also about this. Like you want to put a little bit of everything in it. And sometimes that overwhelms it and muddles your trailer. So you want to focus on the main points, like you said.
the main humor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I know, that's what I mean.
That's not bad. Okay.
I said that maybe balance isn't the right word. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Gotcha.
today
Like I
was
said
just
earlier,
terrible.
some people hate when the best jokes are in the trailer. And also with humor, with comedy, you definitely want to be sure when you're doing your trailer, you're not using jokes that don't fit when there's no context around it. A lot of jokes are going to be a lot funnier when you understand what the context is that this situation is happening around.
Oh yeah, that's a really good tip.
And so if you're putting a joke in that doesn't fit, I think there was one in like Venom had like some joke that made, or some line, or it was just like completely out of nowhere.
Oh, there was a line where you were like, "This movie looks stupid," and I told you, like, "No, I know."
Something about a fart in the wind or something.
But in the movie, it's actually really funny. Like, and you didn't believe me. You were like, "No, I can't." And I was like, "I'm telling you, in context, it's actually really funny."
Right, but that's because it was out of context, so it made no sense and made it seem like it was something completely different than what it was in the film.
Yeah.
So with comedy movies, it's definitely, you want to make sure that there's enough context in there to showcase what that joke is, and if you don't have enough time to showcase that, then leave that joke out.
And on the note of, oh, don't put the best jokes in the trailer, I would say that is more important for any genre. Like, oh, don't show the best scenes in the trailer. I feel like when it comes to comedy, for me personally, I can't speak for everyone, but for me personally, I feel like that is the worst thing you can do, is have a comedy and show like the best jokes in the trailer, because everything else after that will be like, oh, I was expecting this tier, but we're getting these, which are okay, but they're not as funny as that one.
And again, I'll bring that back to, that's because all they wanted to do was they knew that the humor maybe wasn't the best throughout the movie, so they picked out the best jokes to get people to come see the film.
I know, but it's so underwhelming. I'm just saying.
I know, but I'm
as
saying
viewer-
there's a reason why it's a marketing tool. It's to get people to come see the movie.
I'm not saying I don't
And
get
so-
it. I'm just saying that for me personally, I feel like having the best jokes in a movie, I feel like when it comes to comedy, that is a lot more serious and egregious, and maybe a lot more people would be frustrated by than any other genre. That, just speaking for myself and for the few people that I know that like film, they for the most part, it's always either comedy or action. Those two things are the ones that they get peeved the most when the best scenes are in the trailer.
And then you could say, well, the marketing people did it because would you go see the film if half the jokes weren't that funny, but two were?
But that's what I'm saying. Like if you have, let's say you have two.
But you would be less inclined to go see it. That's
no,
the point.
I might still see it
You
if
might.
it's marketed
You
well.
already brought
if
it
it's-
down to mine. See, that's the point.
But
you
then
have
I'm
to-
even more annoyed because I go and watch and like.
But
that
they
was the
don't care
best
because they
joke.
got your money. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. I would say yes, don't put the best jokes in your movie. If you have good jokes throughout, use some that are in the middle and good, but don't use all the great ones
Have one of the great ones in there. That's the perfect balance.
at the end or something, or one at the beginning and one at the end. But yeah, I would say like if you have it. But if the rest of your jokes suck, then if you want people to go see it, you might want to put the best ones in your film.
Might want to
Your trailer.
bamboozle people into seeing.
I mean, those jokes are in the movie. Anyway, some comedy trailers also use alternate lines and jokes for the trailer that aren't found in the film, but match the style and tone, especially in the films where there are people doing ad libs and they're just kind of saying stuff as they go. Will Ferrell, Ben Stiller, a lot of other people do this a lot. And so they will put something that matches the same humor because it's the same person and they're acting as the same character. So it's in the same tone of the humor, but it's a different line so that all the rest of them aren't spoiled. So they pick an alternate line that's not in the film, that's pretty funny or pretty good, or one of the great ones that they just didn't feel fit with the rest for whatever purpose or reason. And so they'll put that in the trailer instead. So comedy will do that a lot. Some trailers do voiceovers for the film, but this isn't as common as they used to be. It really seems like it dates it kind of a bit because all the 2000 movies, one man chose to go against the crowd. Those kinds of voiceovers aren't seen nearly as much as the older trailers used
The
to do.
narrators, I miss them.
The narrators, yeah.
It just made the movie so much more cheesy, but also like there's some nostalgia to it. But it
Right,
did
but-
definitely cheese up the movies. It made them seem more cheesy and over.
So if you're doing a parody movie, that might be a good way to go. If you're mimicking old movies, that might be a good way to go. But if you're trying to make a new modern movie trailer, using a narrator will sort of date it
Let's be
and
honest,
make it seem
though.
like one of those old things.
Let's
Like,
be honest,
'cause
though,
those are used all
movies,
the time.
that only happened with like comedies,
Romantic
or-
comedies or
romantic
romance
comedies,
movies,
romance
action
and
movies.
action movies. I don't
Yeah.
remember.
like he'll do nothing to
That's- oh,
no
yeah,
one
that's
can
true,
stop
that's true,
him.
Yeah, that's true.
It was just like it sounded like the same
cheesy
person
action
doing it.
movies, yeah.
Well, it was just like a bunch of movies did it, and now it's more common to use actual dialogue from the actors and actual scenes from the movie or from the footage that's cut to make the trailer rather than and to illustrate those points than have somebody like basically exposition-y tell you what's going on.
So do you think that we can't get away with doing that anymore without it feeling like old or like a parody?
You
I
can.
think you can, but I think it will date it. And if it's not meant to be like an old film, if it's not meant to be like something or like a spiritual successor of something, then it can make you seem like you're doing an old thing and make it seem dated.
Sorry, Brian, did you say something?
They still use the voice, the narration. They still use those. It's just they don't. The style has changed. So like when you hear it, that and we, like I was talking about the last meeting, we become so accustomed to it that we just don't notice it anymore.
It doesn't sound like a news broadcaster anymore.
It's just is dumbed down. So like now you'll hear him at the end. Like you won't hear anything. Like it'll just be trailer and then at the end the requiem or whatever. Like whatever he'll just say the title or whatever. Like his job has been cut like in half. Like so
Right, yeah, but I would say that's not really the same because it used to be like John Hamm would be the man to do the thing that no one else could do. And it's like, they would explain like what was happening in the story and what was going to happen and what he was thinking.
Pretty much a character buyout.
Yeah.
I miss that though.
I don't miss it. I
I
think
miss it. Aw.
it can be done, but it's just something to also be aware of, that it will kind of subconsciously or consciously date your film in the viewer's head for the most part, most likely, because if it's done in that way, if it's done throughout the trailer, kind of just dumping information of what the story is about without showing it, then it'll make it seem like one of those older trailers.
For me,
So if
it's
you're
a
going
conscious
for that,
thing.
then yeah. But if
I
you
could see it for a
want to
comedy.
modernize it, then you kind of want to stay away from those kinds of things.
It just gives
I
me.
could see it for a comedy,
Yeah, they still use it for comedies.
right?
They usually try to do. They actually tried to get a female a couple times, not too long ago. They tried to induce a female to do the voice, but it just didn't. It didn't last. They actually made a movie about the voice, the narrator guy.
The voice guy?
Yeah, they made a. You didn't see the movie? It was the narrator. I think the movie, that was the name of the movie, the narrator voice guy or something like that.
Really? I didn't hear that. I want to watch that. Sounds cool.
But yeah, you are. I guess I've seen like a few that have a different approach to it, but still do the narration. But I just like it. If you're doing it in the way of how they used to do it, in that same aspect of like no one else could, or one person to change the world, or the world would never be the same. Those kinds of things that were said in like every trailer ever in the 2000s and early 90s, or like in the 90s.
One movie that did it, they didn't even use it. They only used him to tell the rating. It just the whole movie, the title, and then it was rated R. And I was like, what? They're like, what?
Man,
Just the rating.
that poor guy. I can imagine like he was probably getting so much business back in the 2000s, and then one day it's like, sorry, your voice isn't popular anymore.
Yeah, it's
Right.
it's done, but still, it's just, they're not utilized in the same manner like Lakota was saying.
Yeah. All right. So the next stuff's coming from difference between .NET. It's letter L in the syllabus. Oh wait, that's not the one. Where is it? So it'll be. I don't know where it is. Oh, there it is. Letter N in the syllabus. I guess I didn't delete the things yet. But anyway, they say for a trailer, 2.5 minutes is the maximum length approved by the MPAA, which is the Movie Picture Association of America. And that's usually why you see trailers 2.5 minutes or less. 2.5 minutes. And that's probably to do with, like showing it in the theaters, because now they used to show it at the end of movies after the movies were over, but people were leaving before the trailers would come on. So now they usually show it before the movie starts. And that way it also gives people, if they're late to the showing, they might not actually miss the movie. So there's a few different reasons why they've done that, but I'm sure it has something to do with that and probably other stuff. But he just says, the maximum length is that's approved by them is 2.5 minutes. And that's why you'll see most trailers follow that rule and be that or less. So you definitely don't want to have a trailer longer than that. They're usually 1 to 2.5 minutes long. Teasers can be as short as 13 seconds or as long as about a minute. Teasers can sometimes be made as early as a year or two before production even begins, though that normally isn't the case unless it's a big IP. Trailers can be created either in the middle of production or once production wraps, but generally come out 6 months or less before the release date. Teasers don't contain plotline elements and usually just show interesting shots, moments, or fan service elements. Trailers show the general plot, characters, and are structured into 3 acts. If you have visual effects in your film, but they aren't complete when you go to release a trailer, be careful when using those shots in your trailer. If the visual effects look bad because they aren't finished, you may turn away viewers even if the visual effects are stunning in the finished form once the film releases, because they think those look like crap, that movie sucks, before they even go see the film because they saw the trailer. So that could be a mistake that a lot of companies have made, where they just assume that people will understand that the effects aren't finished. You usually want to leave the effects out if they're not finished, because people will start making up their minds of
This looks like garbage.
yeah, what it's going to look like. For the music in your trailer, you can get it composed specifically for the trailer, or you can purchase pre-made trailer music from stock music libraries, because there's plenty of those out there. This next stuff comes from studiobinder.com. It's letter V in the syllabus, but it's probably okay, letter X in the syllabus. I was going to remove two things that didn't really add anything. Anyway, some trailers don't have any dialogue, and they do fine with just the music and visuals telling the story. Not every trailer is going to need dialogue, so don't think that you have to do that if you can have a trailer that stands on its own with the visuals and the emotion and the music itself. Trailers can also be made for the purpose of pitching your film before it's actually made. If you have an idea but don't have the budget to create the whole movie, creating a trailer for it may still be reasonable and possible, like achievable within a budget. Break down your script to know what's required and where the best footage can be found. Label key elements in your script breakdown that need to be seen in the trailer. Be sure to do scenes that offer setup and not payoff. The purpose is to leave the viewer wanting more. In this case, whoever you're pitching the idea to, you want them to want to see it. Shoot 1 to 2 scenes that best illustrate your film and the theme of it, the general plot, and what you're capable of with whatever budget you've used so far. You can also do some voiceover recording to get some of the important lines from other parts of the film in the trailer and place those over the visuals that you are showing that you actually shot. And then you edit together the way you would any other trailer. And you have a pitching tool to try to get investors, networks, studios, or distributors and sales agents interested in funding the full thing. So it can also be used in that aspect. Most of the time, it's going to be used from the footage shot from an actual film. During production, you're going to use what you've already finished, or after production wraps, you're going to use whatever's completed and create a trailer out of that. But it can also be used in a way of like, kind of like, not exactly a sizzle reel, but it can be used in a way to illustrate what this movie could be if we make it. And you're trying to do that so that you can show investors and potential people that will help you, this is the idea, this is the trailer for it. Can we have full funding and actually make the film itself? And then you can do it with, however much money you're going to spend doing 1 or 2 scenes instead of trying to do the whole movie on a shoestring budget and having the quality kind of fail for how much it needs to, how much it actually needs. But yeah, that's all that I have. Does anyone else have any other information to add or anything to ask about teasers or trailers used as marketing tools or as pitching tools?
Yeah, you pretty much covered a lot of stuff that I would have said. One thing I think you were missing is the use of second unit stuff, B-roll, and stock footage. I want to say I'm not too big on stock footage, but like I say about a good 20%, maybe more, maybe less, of a trailer is flooded with nothing but drone shots and like just, scenery shots to kind of determine like what kind of film you're going to be watching. Like, is it based in the city? Is it based in New York, Chicago? Those are big things to kind of like incorporate, and they use that a lot. And they also
Matt ages it a lot too, right? Older movies
They still
are the ones that start with a view of New York or a view of San Francisco.
No, not always. I would say it's still used. I've seen it in a few.
No,
Okay, I thought that was also a thing that aged.
the new Ghostbusters movie was based in whatever rural town that was. So that was their thing to show that they weren't in New York City anymore. So they opened the movie with like scenery of like the barn and the open field, and just to show that, hey, we're no longer in New York City. Like these are big things to kind of incorporate.
Yeah, that's a good info.
Those types of things. And then like the whole things you were saying about the layout of a trailer, and a lot of it has to do with just the pacing of the trailer. Each trailer has like normally like horror movies and slasher movies, they're big on like the jump scares, so they're they're a little bit more slower paced. The more action movies have a lot more of the kind of, so you can get away with things like crossing the line and do that with that, but it wouldn't work so well with the slower paced movies. Actually, like you were saying, Lakota, about going from one shot to the next, recycling shots, you don't really want shots to be back to back, because it's like, oh, what was the point of fading in and out to come back into this room? We were still
Right.
here. It gets kind of confusing when you fade out and fade back in, and you're like in the same scene, which is you might as well just show the edit. And that's one thing too, to decipher when to show the edit. I was having a little trouble with Kill Mary, because I was doing that too much, fading in and faded out, because I was trying to follow that template that all trailers have, like fade in, fade out, fade in, fade out. But then like there's always like the in between, where it's like they'll slow it down a little bit and show a little bit of the back and forth. And like I told you guys when I showed you the trailer, it was kind of hard for me to edit that little bit because I didn't have the finished product, and then the film was so short anyway. So, but yeah, trailers are just like Lakota was saying. Trailers are pretty much a template. You just got to pick a style now. But kind of like what I was saying in the last meeting, that it's kind of hard to keep up. Like you may do a trailer thinking you're following the template, and then you go to a movie and you're like, oh, their style has changed. Like Priscilla keeps mentioning, like you do a thing, you try to follow these templates, and then the next thing you know, when you're finished, you're like, oh, it looks dated, because the industry is constantly evolving. The new thing now is like they're very big on taking like popular, well-known songs. Like they'll take a Beyonce song
And do a weird cover of it.
Yeah, that's the new
Oh,
thing.
don't talk to me about that.
Actually, that was the video I shared. Like I think Gabe was talking about. That was the video I shared, the comedy one.
Don't talk about
Did you watch it,
that.
honey?
Oh, gosh.
Did you watch that video I
I
shared?
didn't finish it because I was taking care of other stuff. All I know
They did that. I know exactly what you're talking about.
I blame Baz Luhrmann. I always blame Baz Luhrmann.
Like,
What the hell, dude?
Like what is
Just why?
all the single ladies in the Jason movie? Like, what's going on? Like,
No, but I blame Baz Luhrmann for making that a thing in his flashy films for some stupid reason. No offense to Baz Luhrmann, but dude, why? Like in the new Elvis film, there was I think it was Doja Cat, and then what's her name? That chick that's all depressing, and something Ray.
Nah, it's been all the way back at like horror movies using lullabies to be creepy.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like pop songs. They take pop songs and they make them completely different, or they'll take classic songs and turn them into pop songs. Like Lana Del Rey, that's what it was. Her cover of those Elvis songs, it killed me. And I was just like, why?
Because the Elvis ones are more
I
expensive.
think those are the best. I think those are the best. They have their own angle.
going for the song. You're like, oh, I love that song, and then
Yeah, you know, it's catchy. You're like, oh,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go see
Sometimes
it.
it works
It's
really
that
well.
song.
sometimes it works really well, but sometimes it's just so freaking bad.
Reach.
Why?
Yep.
But yeah, I do. I have seen that in quite a few different trailers now. I think that you're right. That is a definite common thing in most modern, like recently modern movies.
Why?
Trailers, anyway.
Just why? I just hate it so much. I hate it. And it's not like I hate Baz Luhrmann films because he puts actual pop songs in historical films. That pisses me off. But just the fact, like, some are really good. Like, there was I remember 50 Shades of Grey did a version of Crazy in Love. Oh gosh, it was everywhere. The really slow, sensual version of Crazy in Love. And it made me laugh when I heard it, if I'm honest. But
That was good.
that was pretty good. It was like, because it was in 50 Shades of Grey, it made me laugh because it was like, what the hell?
Screwed.
But sometimes it can be done well. I just feel like it's becoming more of a gimmick.
That's exactly.
Yeah.
And it's starting to annoy me.
But yeah, that is. But I think it's because, like Brian said, that's what Hollywood feels like is the evolved way of doing a new thing for a trailer. That's something unexpected, you know, taking this rock song and slowing it down to be kind of depressing sounding, or taking this
I feel like it's
slower,
starting to get to
taking
the
this
point-
country song and making it like a hard metal.
I just feel like it's
Like-
starting to get to the point where it's overused. I feel like it's okay. Like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to crap on myself. He's a great director in his own way. But I guess. But basically, it's just like, I feel like when you do something too much, it becomes really stale and overused. And I feel like Hollywood does that a lot. Where they're like, this is popular, let's do it in everything ever.
Right, and then independent companies and stuff will start taking what they do and try to mimic it, but they'll do it in a worse version because they can't have the budget to create the cover. So they'll have some kind of weird.
Like, not really the song, but sounds exactly like the song.
Kind of, yeah. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, that's gonna start happening more often, I think. But yeah, I definitely have seen that a lot in recent trailers.
But yeah, you had also mentioned the theatrical trailers being, thank you for that, the time limit, because I always bring that up when I see people. The biggest mistake people make is they'll make like a 4-minute trailer and I'm like, yo, this is too long. You know, and then, you know, like, either you're giving too much information in a 4-minute trailer or it gets really boring. And it's just like, you know, I try to tell people, like, keep it within that 2-minute window. You know, people don't listen to me anyway.
Right. Yeah, people will do what they want.
Usually theatrical trailers try to follow that, you know, that 2-minute rule, and they also try to follow that blueprint you would mention about, like, telling the story and putting everything on the timeline and stuff like that. Then you have commercial trailers, which is a little bit different now, especially now. Before, commercial trailers kind of follow that template. It was kind of like a, you know, just a smaller version.
I thought
Now-
commercial trailers could be more than 1 minute or 1.5 minutes because of
30 seconds.
because of syndication.
They got the time. They got that TV mark. They got it.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
so not even that. Maybe even smaller than that. TV are kind of almost.
Hey, and if anyone watches like YouTube ads, sometimes the trailers for those are like 3 seconds long.
No. I was gonna say
Like, no, like literally like 3 seconds. Like there'll be like one line of dialogue or something, and I'm like, yeah.
But that's so that you don't skip it, so that they can give you.
No, I
attention.
know. I'm saying, but that is something else that is happening recently too. Is like
Attention
trying to
spans.
make sure. Well, it's just, you know, it feels like an ad, so you want to skip it.
Yeah.
And so a lot of movie trailers will just do like a really quick thing and be like, click here to see the full thing.
Yeah, teasers.
I don't know. I feel like I always find it really impressive. I'm starting to get like I always find it really impressive when when an ad of a trailer or a commercial shows on YouTube and it's not a YouTuber I care about and want to watch the thing to support, but it still captures my attention because most of the time I'll just skip it or ignore it. So if it's actually really good, like, I'm impressed. But I used to watch Hulu with ads and I used to count how many seconds it would be, how many like minutes it would be until the ad break was over. And sometimes it would be like two 30-minute ads and then, or one big 1-minute ad. That's why I always thought like, oh, syndication, it must be 30 seconds to a minute and a half.
I don't know what shows you were watching because I remember there being like 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes of trailers.
Yeah,
or
but
not,
they were all
not
di- but
trailers,
they were different.
commercials.
But they were different. There were different commercials. Each commercial was around 30 seconds to a minute.
Well, it depends on who was paying for it, but yeah.
So I just started counting like how long the commercials were, each individual commercial. And each one was around 30 seconds to a minute. So I always assumed that that was because of syndication reasons.
But yeah, you don't really see teasers that much. They do teasers, but you don't see them like you used to before. Like you see them they make teasers for like online releases now. That's just the way things are now because I don't know. They just
Like
I don't know, I feel like they
Instagram.
do teasers, but I feel like they're longer. I've watched teaser trailers these past few years that have been a lot longer than old teaser trailers used to be.
Yeah, they're basically like a trailer almost. at this
Yeah,
point.
I feel like older teasers were
Some of them,
shorter.
but also I've seen the opposite where it is just like, it's basically like I said, like the logo and then just like coming soon or whatever. And then it's just like maybe a line of dialogue or just, it's some iconic character like Star Wars. They might just have Darth Vader breathing a little bit and be like, Star Wars episode whatever coming out this time.
things like Star Wars and those like they don't really need a build
Yeah, they
up.
don't even need an introduction.
Movie like Ghostbusters, when Ghostbusters came out, when Afterlife came out, they had the teaser for Afterlife. There was like anticipation for that because now we have the internet and everybody knows like what's coming out. Like there's really no need for anything because we have the internet now.
I still enjoy it because that way I feel like I get fatigued having to go through. I hate Twitter. So having to, but I know that that's where a lot of the information is. So having to go through Twitter threads and having to go through Facebook threads and Reddit threads to find the information on the movie or the trailer or the stuff, I just feel like I like having the trailer. I like having the teaser instead.
Well, not everyone does, and not everyone has the attention span to do it. So.
But not everyone has the attention span to scroll through Reddit.
I mean, but if they're interested, they might. I don't know. I agree and disagree, I guess, because I think it's just, they always try to revamp the different marketing techniques to try to see what works better, what works worse, because eventually, like you said, and like Brian said, stuff starts to get stale, stuff starts to get overused, and they're like, well, this isn't working anymore because they're catching on to what this marketing was supposed to do. It's supposed to get them
After we've
interested.
done it to death.
Yeah, so now we're gonna change it up, and like you guys were saying with the music and the new covers, like eventually that will start to get used to the point where everyone's getting so sick of it that they don't want to see that anymore, and it'll actually stop people from watching trailers because they don't want to hear another cover of some song, and then they'll start picking up on that and not doing that and changing the next, evolution of the marketing.
I hope so, but I don't think it's gonna happen anytime soon because now it's all over TikTok.
I was just about to say that.
So it's just I don't think so.
I think that's where it's going now.
I think for now, I don't know. Like I always think
for
like,
now.
for now, because there's so many like new social media type things that come out that everyone's like, oh, this is gonna take out everything else, and then it sort of does, or it just kind of like is part of the group.
one thing that I would recommend for those of us that for those of anyone watching or listening that wants to learn how to like market their trailer to their promos or their trailers or their teasers. It definitely varies from a social media app. I've seen a lot of people like showing, oh, this is how this movie was advertised on TikTok compared to this is how it was advertised on Instagram and this how it was advertised on YouTube.
And
So
that's
they will
gonna go
have-
in. That's gonna go in with target markets and target audiences, which we'll talk about later in the semester. But yes, like not even just the trailer, like poster art too, and other things about the film. Obviously other businesses like products and things like that do the same thing because there's different audience types on Reddit and Twitter and Facebook and Snapchat and Instagram and whatever else.
I just thought it was interesting, the reformatting of the trailer. A lot of people complained about it because they were like, oh, I think that they did a bad job with certain movies. They were like, oh, I think they were trying to format it to be shorter, and they ended up either giving us too much or not enough. And other people were saying like, oh.
It's because they're trying to reach different target audiences, target
Yeah.
markets and demographics. And they think, these people, this group of people, or this group of people on this website or this app is going to be more interested in this aspect of the film.
Yeah.
Whereas these ones are going to be more interested in this aspect.
I just thought it's interesting to
And it's
look
not
at-
always correct, which is why you get people saying like they did bad like this.
Yeah.
Because it's all marketing is all assumptions of what people are going to assume and what they're going to like and not like based on different characteristics of their demographic.
And even when it is, it's still like not 100% guarantee of anything, because things change, people's tastes change, what's popular changes, you never know. But I just would recommend, if anyone has the chance, to look up a specific trailer or teaser and see, oh, this was the one that was advertised on TikTok, this was the one that was advertised on Snapchat and YouTube, and see the difference between the three. You don't even have to go on all three of the apps. You can find on YouTube like, oh, TikTok ad for so-and-so, and they already posted it on there or something like that.
By the
and
way,
just-
I put the video in the chat. I think Gabe, you were asking for it, of that one I was recommending people watch about editing trailers. Sorry, go ahead, honey.
Yeah, and I was just gonna say, seeing the difference, and studying, we'll go back more into it obviously later on in the semester, but just how they market for different platforms, I thought was really interesting, and seeing the differences that these companies, the adjustments that they make for different platforms, I thought was really interesting to me anyway.
All right, does anybody else have anything to add or any questions about teasers and trailers before we move on?
I think there's a lot of like group dynamics going on in social media, where like Twitter and what's that, Instagram kind of thing, where it's short, but it's like grouped to a particular set of people, and they form their own groups as such. I mean, if you're just randomly picking up stuff, right, you're going to be consuming one. I mean, that's something which I found with TikTok, is that it just consumes you. You hook onto it and you don't know where your time goes.
I've heard of people getting like stuck on it for hours and not even realizing that 7 hours went
Oh
by.
no, it definitely,
It's a trap.
there's studies now saying that
What?
it is giving people, there's
It's a
actual
trap, the
studies showing that
algorithm.
it gives people artificial ADHD because our attention spans are becoming so much lower from it. I do not partake. I do not have TikTok. I just know because it's everywhere, and I follow a lot of people that talk about it and all this stuff.
Yeah,
I mean, I just,
it
I don't
was
have
like that.
TikTok either, but I know it because on like Facebook or
It's everywhere.
YouTube Shorts now, and like all these things are trying to kind of do what TikTok is doing, and just like these really short clips.
I will say it is very interesting how many creative people are on there and how they use the little time that they have. It's very impressive. But yeah, it's just one of those things where I worry about the attention span situation and how marketing and
Yeah, I mean, it's like I had
in the future.
TikTok and I took it out because I was spending too much time on it, and it
Like
just became really incredibly insane that I finally decided, okay, I'm going to take this app out completely, because when you have the
very
app,
overwhelming.
Right.
you're just going to be opening it, and it basically throws at you. Even if you're, if you just have the app, it just throws as like a notification kind of thing.
Yeah.
So TikTok is like, okay, I guess it has its own advantages in a way, like if you know how to use it. I mean, I could never figure it out how to use it, but what I found was that the mass audience that you can reach with Twitter, right, is just incredible. I think the word of mouth kind of thing. It seems like a new medium right now, and you want to get to a wider audience. Definitely, they're up there. For a usage or consumption point of view, it's a different thing. But from a point of view of broadcasting or sending a message across, these are still, I feel, the tools to go to, because there's
Oh yeah.
huge number.
Yeah,
of
because
users
of like the retweeting thing and share, like it's
Yeah.
just, it makes it so much easier for the people to kind of just
To
tweet the
reach
same
it wider,
thing,
yeah.
and then the message spreads so much quicker than other platforms that have to like share, and then it
Right.
doesn't necessarily
And
show exactly the thing. You have to click on it to go to
And
it.
depending on the app and how much you use it, they actually are a lot better at marketing it to your likes and your tastes and all that stuff. Like the more you're on TikTok, the more personalized it becomes.
He was
the
talking
more-
about Twitter.
right.
No, I know, I'm giving an example. And
Yeah.
the more it grabs you and addicts you, because it'll just, same thing with Twitter, like it'll recommend you stuff that you're interested in more and more the more you use it. Because of the
That's all
algorithm.
social media.
No, yeah, but some are better at it than others. Instagram sucks
But
at it.
also
So,
another thing which I
it's just one of those
I
things.
found in the Twitter was that it's very confrontational, and people just go nuts on, if they don't agree on something. It's like they're, commenting on stuff which is ridiculous sometimes, but it's there, and people are just reacting to it, and also getting into trouble because of the reaction. And they would say something and they would regret it later
Yeah.
I feel
on.
like people
they'll
just
prob-
like feeling like they're important and like they have a voice, and
Yeah.
they let it get to their heads a little bit.
Right.
honestly.
Right, but no, they are definitely very good tools, and we'll get into social media later too. I think
Yeah.
next week we're talking about like different social medias and how to utilize them a little bit, or just like how they're important to marketing. But they definitely can help market your film and get spread a word and message. And if you build an audience, even if you have a small audience, something like Twitter can help generate hundreds of views if they have multiple followers on theirs, and they're retweeting, and then their followers are like, hey, that looks interesting, retweet. Even if 1 out of 13 do, it just starts taking off, or it can. So
Yeah.
it's definitely a great, some of this great tools to get marketing out there and making it more accessible to smaller independent companies and people and filmmakers to get marketing across, because it's more like word of mouth, and it can be so instantaneous that it's really a lot easier to do than it used to be, years and years ago.
I have it in mind on 2 notes, 1 point and 1 question. The point I want to make real quick is just to apologize, because sometimes I forget this is recorded. I wasn't trying to say, I really love when people are creative with music and all this stuff, and it's really cool to see. I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. I just think when things are overused as a gimmick, like they're doing it in trailers, it can become kind of exhausting. But the fact that people are, just like with any medium, with film, with art, with music, they're trying things that are different. They're innovating with different songs or different genres, still good. So I'm not saying that they're all crap. And I didn't mean that Baz Luhrmann is crap either. He's a good director. He's just not my style. And the question I was going to ask, Honey, is we have 1 more topic still, I believe.
2.
Yeah, and it's already 12. So do you want to leave that for Thursday?
We no, we had too much stuff going on Thursday.
Oh, well, the last topic's pretty quick from what I saw. So you want to just get to it?
Yeah, I mean, I was asking if anyone has any more to add.
Oh, no,
and then
sorry.
everyone
I
did,
just
so.
wanted to make sure we'd be.
But yeah, Visha, do you have anything more to add, or?
No, I'm done. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Thanks.
All right, moving on from that, we're going to talk about film treatments. Priscilla's over here talking about time. She's the one using most of it up.
I'm sorry. I thought we were finished, and then I looked and I was like, oh, wait, we still have a thing, don't we?
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh.
All right, next thing we're talking about is film treatments. This stuff comes from Jim Costa Films. It's letter A in the syllabus. It's going to be the video, What is a Film Treatment? Screenplay and teleplay treatments explained. A A film treatment is a detailed summary of your film or TV show. If you guys look on the screen, you can see a template, an example of how this might look. This is used to summarize the story so the people you pitch to can decide if they want to read the full script or not. Because if you're giving people full scripts, companies, investors, distributors, they all have tons of pitches thrown at them all the time, and they can't read through scripts over and over and over again, especially if they get like 50 a day. So depending on how big they are, they could get even more than that, or they could get a few less, but even the smallest ones, they still get dozens a week. So they can't really read through an entire script unless they're interested. And that's why these different pitching tools are so important, and so important to understand, utilize, and get correct, because they're going to be the first impression that draws them into looking at the rest of the script, or just setting up a meeting with you so you can pitch it to them, and then reading the script if they like that meeting. So there's a lot of steps to it when you're pitching to somebody, but if you do it successfully, it's obviously worth it because you get the funding you need, or the distribution you need, or you get that sales agent. Anyway, one thing you're going to see is it's going to be the title, your name, your contact information, so they can contact you, your phone number, your email, or your business phone number and email, whatever it is, but who you are and what the name of this movie is, or this show. Your log line is going to be that 1 or 2 sentence long. A log line is 1 or 2 sentences of what the film is about. So it's going to be like a really quick explanation of the overall story, just like to really quickly grab somebody. We've talked about this before, bring it up again later as well. Log lines are super important when you're talking about pitching. They're also important with screenwriting. So, all this stuff I feel like is coming full circle now that we're at the end of our semesters. But all these things come into play multiple times, more than just screenwriting, more than just pitching. It comes into play over and over again. So if you're doing everything, writing, pitching, directing, then you're going to be coming up, you're going to be going over this thing over and over and over again. So you want to make sure to get it really good in the first place. But your log line is going to be like the 1 or 2 sentences that explains what your film's about. Then there's going to be the summary, which is about a paragraph or 2, or sometimes 3, but you want to kind of try to keep it brief if you can. Detailing what the story is about. So it's a little bit longer compared to the log line. It's like what you would find if you looked at the back of a DVD, or what you'd find if you read the description of a movie on a streaming service. And then you have your acts broken down, act 1, act 2, act 3, what happens in each act. That's kind of like the summary, but it's broken down, showing what happens in each act so that they can follow along with in act 1. This is what happens to set up, and then act 2, this is what's pushing the characters to go through this and the conflict that arises. Act 3, this is how it ends. This is like what they get to, and this is how it ends, and then how it wraps up. A treatment is typically 10 pages or less. That's showing what the story is about in more detail. So they might request all 3 of those. Usually in a film treatment, you'll start out with the log line to catch the people's attention, the summary to hopefully hold their attention, and then you'll do the entire treatment, kind of going through more detail about the entire project and the script and everything. If you are pitching to someone or a company, be sure to ask what they want for the length of the treatment, because it can vary, but you generally want to try to keep it brief, especially if it's not requested. If there's no length requested, you want to keep it as brief and to the point as possible. You want it to be really quick and snappy and easy to understand and easy to follow along with, because you're trying to pitch it to somebody who has so many pitches. They've heard all of these before and they don't have much time. So you want to be as quick as you can. There is no set way to write a treatment. So be sure to cater your treatments to the person or company you're pitching to and what they look for. What's most important to them? Is it characters? Is it the story? Is it the log lines? What's most important to what they want? Try to figure that out. Try to see what other pitches have gone to them and what treatments have gone to them, and or ask them, and they might let you know. And then try to follow along with whatever guidelines they give you. Some things you may want to include in your treatment are the title, your name, the section for the log line, the concept and theme, summaries of all 3 acts with descriptions of the plot points, locations, and the characters, airtight exposition, and context where needed. You typically want to remain to the point and have the treatment be reader friendly. Be sure to research other treatments by looking them up online. And there are also free and paid treatment templates you can get to help you organize the way yours is done. So this is like one of them, like how you, a template that you could use is this format. But there's multiple out there and there's no real set one that works or doesn't work. But you want to stick to the main story and the main character for your treatment, typically. Side characters and subplots should only be included if requested. Again, that's about time. That's about sticking to the point and keeping everything very airtight. Just the main things need to come across, not the entire thing. If they want to know the entire thing, they can read the whole script. Next stuff comes from studiobinder.com. It's letter C in the syllabus. Treatment should communicate all essential themes, scenes, and tone. Film treatments are also called story treatments, script treatments, and movie treatments. So if you ever hear anyone ask for any of those, they're all the same thing. Title, your name and contact info, logline, key characters, summary of the story, and the ability to convey the themes and tone are all key elements of a treatment. Treatments can help you as the writer and the executives you're pitching to save time. Not everyone has the time to write or read a full-fledged screenplay. Sometimes if you're the writer and you have an idea, you might write a treatment and send that out to see if anyone's interested in picking it up for a full script so that you're not just writing out full scripts all the time. If you have multiple ideas, some writers will just write out the treatments for them and not write an entire script because it'll take a lot longer to write an entire script and they want to see if anyone is interested in even doing some of this kind of work. It also helps you as a writer to see if you are even interested in fully developing the treatment into a screenplay. That way, if you have an idea in your head and you think you want to do it, writing out the treatment is the first step to getting the idea down of what the story is and what's going to happen in it. And then by the time you're done, you might be like, I don't know. I was more interested in it when I had the idea, but now that I'm writing it out, it doesn't seem as interesting or as cool, or I'm just not as passionate about it. And so you don't really care to go and continue writing out the full script. Getting potential producers or executives to read a treatment is a lot more achievable than getting them to read the full script. For a writer, treatments are beneficial to write before writing the screenplay. They'll give you a general blueprint of the story's plot, structure, and the framework. For an already finished script, a treatment is good to get others to read it and get interested in reading the whole script. The treatment breaks down the screenplay into overview, character setup, and story, making it clear and direct. As a writer, don't think you have to write a treatment for every project before writing the screenplay. Many writers write as they go. Others have the layout in their head. Others write out the structure on index cards and use a corkboard to kind of set it up. There's no one way to begin writing. So some do only an outline, which is organizing the scenes in order of how they're going to play out in the movie. whereas a treatment is more of, it's kind of like an outline, but it's more of a general overview of the entire thing. Whereas a outline is like literally each scene and how they play out in order. However, it is still important to know how to write a treatment, as it may be requested by investors or executives when you're trying to pitch to them. A film treatment is concise, yet covers the entirety of the story. They are great at revealing major flaws in a narrative. Treatments are typically written in the present tense in a narrative-like manner. They are a form of outline for the screenplay, but not exactly the same as an outline. I already explained that. Masterclass.com says if you are using it to pitch to investors, you normally want to keep the length between 2 to 5 pages if you can. So even though most are 10 or less, don't think you have to go all the way up to 10 to explain your movie. 2 to 5 pages is fine if you're able to convey your story in that condensed amount of space. It's actually more beneficial usually to be shorter if there's no requested length, because again, it's not necessarily about attention spans. That can be part of it, but most of it is just that they have so many pitches to look through that they don't have the time to read a huge crap ton of stuff. So if you get a 30-page document, 10-page document, and the rest of them come in, they're 5 pages, they might go through the 5 pages because they're just easier to go through and they can go through more of them quicker.
It also shows like, all right, how, it also shows, okay, can this person, professionalism basically, like, can this person break down their script? Do they know their story enough to be able to break it down to its more important parts? They look for that too.
Yeah.
Looking for pitches.
Yeah, so you want to think of your acts. What happens in the beginning of the film, your act 1? What is the conflict and the obstacles that happens? Act 2. What happens at the end? Act 3. Tell it like you might a short story. Try to use the best moments to keep the reader engaged. You also don't write a treatment in the way you write a script. A treatment tends to look more like a novel with either an omniscient narrator with a third person point of view that knows everything. Omniscient means that they know every character's thoughts and how they feel. And I think they show it right here. So they say, like, in this example, it's he was sad, he felt nervous, he didn't want to tell his mom, blah, blah, blah. She was calm. So the narrator knows how they're all feeling, every single character. There's also omniscient limited or limited omniscient. And that's where you know the thoughts and feelings of one character, but you don't know the thoughts and feelings of another. And so if we're telling it from the point of view of the guy, he was sad, he felt it, he didn't want, she seemed calm. We don't know how she feels in that way of writing. We only know what the guy or the boy feels in that, in limited narration, because we only know the feelings and thoughts of one character. And then there's also third person objective, which doesn't know the feelings or thoughts of the characters. It's kind of just like a person looking in a room and seeing people. So he looked sad, he seemed nervous, he said he didn't want to, she seemed calm. So it's more like, I think this is what's happening, but I'm not absolutely sure. And I believe with a treatment, objective isn't the most common. In the present tense, you're going to say like the person, how it seems as if you were watching a film as a viewer. And so you don't really exactly know what the character's thinking or feeling. You just kind of see it on the screen. And that's why I think you usually would use third person objective, present tense, to explain what is happening in a treatment. Whereas a script, obviously you write it out in a format with dialogue and scene headers and all of that. A treatment, you just write it more like a short story, general overview, third person objective. But I've also seen, I don't know, there might also be some that are written in these other kind of third person views. Either way, it's typically always going to be in third person and present tense. because you want to make the action feel like it's happening right then and there, not like it's happened already or like it's going to happen in the future. This next stuff comes from NFI. It's letter F in the syllabus, nfi.edu. There's also a thing called a scriptment, which is a combination of a film treatment and a screenplay. It uses the main elements of a film treatment to tell the story, but it also includes select screenplay components like scene headings and dialogue. So if you're ever asked for a scriptment, that is actually something else. That means you might add a little bit of like the location information, some action, like you would in a script, and also dialogue set up as like character, their name, and then the dialogue they say. And you say, he goes over to there, blah, blah, blah. And you kind of say the rest as if you were writing a treatment. But yeah, they also say to write a treatment in the present tense always. And they recommend including the story from your first and last scenes, because not every scene is going to fit into the treatment. Then at least you'll have the beginning and the end, and then you can expand the middle as needed. When you're picking the scenes to talk about, you definitely want to talk about the beginning, because that's going to set up the entire thing, and then the end is going to say what the climax is, how it ends, what happens, how it wraps up, and then you can fill in from other scenes in the middle. But you're not going to be able to put every scene, or you shouldn't put little tiny bits of every scene into the treatment, because it'll feel jumbled and all messed up. Just the main parts that make up the story, the main moments you can describe and go through when you're writing a treatment. Also, they say writing should be the main focus of a film treatment. Images, dialogue, or unusual fonts can often distract from the main purpose of it. So it's typically going to look like this, where it just has information written out in text instead of showing images and stuff like that. I've heard of people using images and stuff, but that starts to get into more of like a pitch deck or a mood board or lookbook or something else like that, and not really what a treatment is, which is basically just like a mini version of the script. It's like as if you were writing an essay on what this script is about. If you were in school, read the whole script and you have to write a few paragraphs of what was the story. And then you just write a few paragraphs explaining what that entire script was. And that's what you're doing here with a treatment. They said that doesn't mean visuals are never included, but most people most treatments leave visuals out of them. Also, there are plenty of examples online for anyone who wants to check out how they were done. Actually, the NFI website, the NFI EDU, the link in the syllabus from letter F, they actually have quite a few examples listed on that page if you scroll all the way down, if you want to see what treatments for actual films that were made look like. So you can look at that and kind of get an idea for your own. But that's all I have for film treatments. Does anyone have any questions or comments or anything on that?
Taking up any more time.
All right, but yeah, it's just used to really quickly explain the story so that they don't have to read the whole script. And it's used third person objective. You need to look that up, what that means, look it up. But it's basically just, you don't know how the characters are feeling exactly. You're not in their head, you're outside of their head. And that's not always going to be the case. Something like Dexter, we were definitely in his head. Something like Scrubs, we were in his head. And that's when you might use one of these other third person point of views. Now we're going to talk about pitch decks before we end for tonight. This stuff comes from raindance.org. It's letter G in the syllabus. There it is. A pitch deck is a short presentation document for your film that introduces the storyline and world of the film. It outlines who's already involved and tells the reader what makes this story special. They recommend it being short and sweet, generally no more than 6 or so pages. Included in your pitch deck should be a cover page, like on the screen, something that kind of grabs people's attention. This is the first page that they're going to see, or if it's digital, this is the first slide that you're going to show them if you're in a pitch meeting, or that they're going to see if you're sending it to them in an email. So you want it to look interesting and look like something they want to click on and open up.
And not like spam.
Right. So it needs to look like an actual thing, kind of like a lookbook in a way. Like the first page needs to represent your film. It needs to match what your film's about. And you have to think about all the same things you would when you're talking about graphic design and what am I thinking? Graphic design and man, I can't think of the word.
I can't think of the word.
Either way, you want to think about like colors, you want to think about composition, you want to think about what picture represents that film and all of that kind of stuff. And you can either select something online if it works, if it's like royalty free or whatever, if it works for your film and kind of represents it, or you can have somebody, or you, if you are artistically able to do it, create an image for the cover page. Kind of like a mini poster for the film. It sets the tone for what's next. Next, you want to do an overview of the film, the log line, any similar films that this is like, and if it's an adaptation of a book, things like that, what the theme is, you know, some of the overview type stuff. And then you also have the synopsis, which is the outline of the events of the film. So you can see this one, Outer Edges. This is an example they showed where the cover looks pretty cool. Guy standing on a rock, he's looking out over the edge. And then it tells like the overview of what the Outer Edges is, and then gives the synopsis in the next page after that. Be sure to keep them included. Any plot twist and surprises in the actual thing, because your potential investors will want to know the full picture. So don't leave it out to leave it as a surprise. You're trying to get people to invest in it. You want to tell them what the story is. What happens in this? If the best friend betrays him in the end and kills him, you know, that's something you don't want to leave out from your investors. So this is for investors. This is for getting money or for getting distribution. You don't want to leave out plot details just because it's a twist ending or it's a surprise of some sort. Pitch decks also can include a mood board sometimes, not always, but they can, to give up the mood. And they're definitely worth considering to include in it because it can help portray like the kind of shots you're going for, or the kind of mood or setting or feeling that you're going for and you're trying to achieve with this film. But it should just be like a 1 or 2 page thing and be pretty quick. Unlike a lookbook, these are usually really quick, short documents. They're not like a lookbook where it kind of goes through the whole film, explaining what each scene is and kind of giving a visual representation of each thing. It is more of a really quick general synopsis of like the whole film visually and with text. It's just like really quickly explaining what this thing might be. And there can also be talent and main crew bios, who's working on the project or who's already attached. If you have any big names or you have experienced people, even if you're not experienced, you still want to explain who's working on it and why they should pick you, what makes you different, what sets you apart. You want a pitch deck to feel like your film. So it's more than just words, like how most treatments are or how scripts are. It's also visual. You want to be really quick with the visuals and give the best demonstration you can by just quickly looking through and seeing this is what this is like. Visuals, layout, and color palette all need to come together to showcase the film in a coherent, visually engaging, and emotionally exciting way. It shouldn't feel like a journey through your story. It should feel like a journey through your story and serve as a good way to get them interested in reading the script and signing to fund it. You don't absolutely need a pitch deck in order to acquire funding, but it tends to make pitching a lot easier, and having one ready makes you appear as a professional, especially if it's requested that you give it to them. You want to have one already prepared usually, because it's a lot easier than doing it if you have a meeting a day from then. Then you have a day to make this thing. So usually you want to try to make this thing early on, and that way you can have it ready to go when you're trying to pitch it to people, because it is a common document that a lot of people request because it's really quick and to the point, and illustrates what the film is or what the film's plan is really quickly. Once you've completed your script with the final draft, you can start working on creating your pitch deck. This next stuff comes from blog.mediasilo.com. It's letter H in the syllabus. You also want to include the technicals in your pitch deck to show how you intend to capture the vision. So that could be like what cameras or lenses you intend to use, or what kind of techniques, the color palette. We're using these colors because the film's a bit of it's a darker film, it's moodier. We're going to use these colors to illustrate that with these camera angles and these techniques. Really quickly and to the point, but you want to illustrate like how you intend to achieve the story and the feeling that you're going for, without just showing the story and feeling alone. You want to show the technicals too, how that you understand that there is a science to it to some extent, to the creativity. Also, maybe like what kind of lighting you're going to be using, specific camera movements, casting and location inspiration, unique editing techniques that you plan to use. If you already have music selected that you'd like to put in the movie, you could put that in, costumes and props ideas and more. Some of the logistical stuff for pulling off the look and feel. That's the kind of stuff you might want to add into your pitch deck. Each film project is going to be different though. So some stuff may not be important for one project, but is for another. Like music choices. You might not have music, or it might be a musical. Obviously, music's going to be more or less important depending on that. So, it's very case by case basis, and there's no really like right or wrong amount of detail or information to put in. But a lot of pitch decks will have similarities to them, and you can look up a bunch of different. You can research a bunch of different templates, and you can also research a bunch of different actual pitch decks from different films and shows that have made it, and see what they're like. Also, don't feel like you need to check every box. Like you need to have the camera lenses and stuff like that in. If you don't really know what kind of lenses you're going to use, then you don't really need to include that. That's only if you already understand what you need and it's kind of an important aspect to it, because it's a very visual film, or the lenses play a big role in how different scenes are going to play out and different emotions are going to come across, which, ultimately will be the case when you make the film. But in the overall overview of the film, is that a really important aspect, or is it just like a thing that you're going to have to worry about later, but it doesn't really affect the film right now in the development phase? You want to keep it unique to your specific project and include any details that you feel might set your project apart from others. Maybe like, are you working with puppets? That's not that common. Are you using stop motion? Again, not that common. Black and white film. Communicate these things that will stand you apart and show why they matter. So don't just show them and say, look, we're using black and white film. Isn't that cool? Then you got to explain why you're doing black and white film and why it's a good choice for your project and why they'd want to invest in a black and white film when most films aren't. So you don't just want to set yourself apart. You want to make it clear why you're doing it and make it seem like it's a good idea. But always just be sure to keep it brief and to the point. Pitching, from the most I've heard so far, is just making sure you're keeping it brief, making sure you're to the point. You're still giving all the information out, but you're not over explaining. You're not being too wordy and jumbled. You're to the point, quick and clear and concise, so that they can understand really quickly if they even care to invest in this thing or not. Be sure to also sound confident in your project. Uncertainty and being unsure why you're choosing something won't come off well. Stand behind your choices. That's easier said than done, but try to be confident. You'll be nervous. So you always want to try to be as confident as you can when you're practicing. That way, when you go in, act like it's already a done deal. Try to talk as if it's already secured, like they're already going to be funding you. Don't be arrogant, but just sound confident in that you feel like this is a good enough project that they're going to fund you. Even if you really don't feel that way, it's still going to come off well being confident, because it'll add excitement to the presentation. Adding excitement is going to get them excited. If somebody's like, all right, so I got this film and it's about this and that, that's a lot more exciting than, all right, so I got this film and it's about this, so I think it'll be cool. If you're doing it like that, they're most likely not going to get the funding. And so you have to just, play it till you make it kind of thing. Like, even if you don't feel confident, try to portray yourself as being confident in your project, because it's important and it adds that professionalism, confidence, and it adds excitement to the presentation itself and makes it seem like you're more passionate about it. If you're not giving that confidence and that excitement to it, then it's going to seem like you're bored with your own project. And that's going to not really be very good looking when you're trying to get people to invest in it. You can create a pitch deck in any slideshow presentation software for a digital version, and you can also print it out if you want to have a hard copy version. Pitch decks are normally a lot of visuals and minimal text. If you look at the screen, like every slideshow, they barely have any text. Like, it's saying like, this is the aesthetic 1990, and they're showing like 1990 aesthetic. The only thing that has a lot of text, I would say, is probably like the synopsis. Even Outer Edges, like explaining the overview, is not really that big of a thing. So it's mostly visual, and then it's a little bit of text to kind of explain and give context to anything that needs it. But it's used to help you pitch your idea during a pitch meeting. So you're also going to kind of be explaining things while they pop up. You're going to be having a presentation if you're having a pitch meeting. You're going to be presenting your film by showing it and then talking about it and explaining why it's a good choice for them to invest in it. Pitch deck in many ways is similar to a TV show Bible for TV show pitches. Except for that, I would say TV show Bibles are longer, obviously, because they have to explain season by season what could happen and what could happen in the future of if those seasons are successful, and kind of give an outline of more details, because there's a lot more to a TV show than a film. It's a lot more content that's going to have to be made. But they are very similar. All right, screencraft.org, letter I in the syllabus. Never mind, it's going to be letter J right now in the syllabus, but it will be letter I when I delete it. That other thing. They recommend adding breakdowns of targeted genres and demographics. Like, who would most likely want to watch this? What's the target demographic? What's the target market for this movie? Maybe financial details, like a top sheet of a general budget overview. That's always good to have. The order you usually want to make your pitch deck in is the title page first, an executive summary like the title, the length, the genre, the budget. You can put to be determined or to be announced or whatever if you don't know yet, if it's unknown. And then when would the start of shooting be? What are the intended shooting dates? Information like that. Then you can do the team, who's working on it, who's the director, who are the actors, is anybody named? Like, is any big names attached to it? Or, who's working on it, what's their experience level and that kind of stuff. And then the story, like the log line and all in the synopsis, breakdown of the acts. And then production logistics like production schedules, the number of locations, the page length of the script, shooting days, and how many cast total there are, as well as an intended gear and equipment. Then you want to do the distribution info, intended release locations, genre and demographic of target audience, and projected revenues. The financials of what the budget would be. Then the financials of what the budget would be that's needed to create the film. And not every pitch deck is the same. So pick and choose what to leave out or what to add in and what you think is important. Actually, this will move out of the way. I'm gonna move that. Screencraft.org, they actually showed what they did for theirs. So I'm actually going to show that while we're going through it. The title page, they show something kind of interesting, a beautiful sun coming through the forest kind of look with the name of their thing. Executive summary being like the title, the length. Well, I wouldn't put feature film there. I put the actual length that they're intending to do, but the genre, what kind of genre is it? The budget, so they put to be determined or to be announced or whatever A would be in that instance. And when they plan to shoot it in March of 2018. And they go like, here's the story team, here's who's writing it and directing it, and the co-producers, and then the production team of the producers. If you already have a production manager or a UPM, you can add them in. Just the main, you want to keep that brief. You want to just keep it like the main people. And if you have any named actors, put them into. Then the story slide, like the log line, who the characters are, or who the main character is. And then they had the production slide that shows it's a 90-page script, 15-day shoot, 6-person cast, 1 location. The location that they plan to use or that they already have acquired.
This is a much more dynamic way of showing everything too, because you give them a visual representation of everything. You make everything look a lot more structured. Because it's one thing to just answer a few questions, it's another thing to actually show them.
Yeah. And so if anyone's ever done a slideshow presentation, like it's very quick and to the point. And, there's some visual in the background, but it's mainly just like a little bit of information discussing what it is. Like this whole page is just saying 90-page script, 15-day shoot, 6-person cast, 1 location. That's the whole page. And then it's just on like a campfire background that matches the tone of their film. And then they show the location that they plan to use, whether that's like, and they say where it is and how big it is and all that.
Or sometimes it doesn't even have to be the exact location, because it can be like, oh, this type of location.
Right, like an old cabin, that kind of stuff. So if this wasn't it, this is just the idea of it,
Visual
of what they
representation
have.
of what they would need, yeah.
Yeah. Theirs was, found footage, so they had a uniqueness to that. That was their unique thing because found footage isn't as common. And so they explained the advantages of found footage films. You can have less crew, you can have fewer camera setups, simpler lighting, no composition costs. less equipment, and they're giving the pros of why to pick their project.
And this would be beneficial for any kind of pitching if you want to use specific lenses, or if you need an extra thing, or like, oh, we want to use this kind of cinematography, or oh, we want to use, or just a way of pitching, like, this is why our shoot would be good for your, we wouldn't be that expensive. This is our budget. This is how much we would need. This is the location, how many days, like that's all to show them, like, see, this is why you should do our film. Both financial reason, whether it be financial reasons, whether it be stylistic reasons, whether it be marketing reasons.
Yeah, and some of this stuff is also reiterated. Like you can see right here, the production, it says 15-day shoot. We already saw that up here, but they're reiterating it to show, like, because this is the overall schedule. That was just the main part of the schedule. Like, how long is this going to take to shoot? How many days do we need to fund? And so that's why they had it separated on its own. And then again, put back in. I don't know. I'm messing up my
Reiterating?
words. Yeah, reiterated. I said it already, but I got
Tongue-tied.
yeah. But it's showing the overall schedule and showing it really quickly. Like development and pre-production is today through February 2018. March 12th through the 31st is going to be when we do production. It's going to be 3 5-day weeks. So they specifically explain what the schedule for the production is. And then they say like what the post-production schedule is, or the idea of that. April through July. So we'll have the movie finished by around July or August, the end of July or
Also,
August.
you want it to look good, but you, like Coda said, make it to the point as well. Like, don't waste their time just because you think it'll look cool to add a few more things. Like, make it very concise, to the point, beat by beat.
Very simple.
Yeah, reiterating those main points, but not repeating every single aspect either.
Right. But it's like very simply, like the look of it, you can see is very simple. And that's usually like, if you look up other examples, they're usually the same. They're not overly convoluted with information over here and there and there and then there, all this information, because that's not what presentations and slideshows are supposed to be like.
It's a quick pitch.
It's very quick. It's very like click, click. If you've ever seen like anybody use slideshows, even like
School presentations and
school
stuff.
presentations or presenters in like a TED Talk, they're very simple and very like clean looking, and it just makes it look more professional and easy to understand. And then they also say like they're
And not as, like,
projected.
distracting either. That's another point. You
Yeah,
don't want it to be distracting. You want the main.
you want
point
to convey it
focus.
very quickly and easily so that they can look it over, because you're going to be talking while this is happening. You're going to click on it and you're going to be giving your presentation of your pitch. So you're going to be reading over this stuff, but they're also going to be able to look at it, and that's going to help them remember it. Anyway, so like they also gave their estimated revenues based on different films, and they're showing like how found footage can get around this much money depending on what year, that kind of thing. So that's a good it's always a good thing to show, is like what kind of revenue does this kind of movie make, or what kind of revenue do these movies usually sell for, depending on the genre. But yeah, that was that. The next stuff's coming from Alex LeMay. It's letter C in the syllabus. It's the how to make a pitch deck for your film that gets distributors to say yes. That's the video. He says he's on the buyer's side of things a lot and sees many filmmakers send in a huge binder of all sorts of stuff, costume renderings, set schematics, and etc. While they are well put together and can be beautiful, executives are never going to go through that because it's just too much. It's too long. They don't have enough time to do all that. It's a lot of work and time to spend to go through that kind of document, and they may get 50 of those a day, 50 pitch decks to look through. So it's not about laziness, but just about not having enough time. 10 pages or less. That should be your pitch deck unless requested otherwise. Keep everything brief and to the point. Only include snapshots of the most important information, like we just saw here. Like it's very quick and to the point, snapshots of information. It's not overly cluttered and it's not trying to have an overload of information to try to get their point across. Start out strong with nice visuals. The order of info is represented does make a difference. So don't start with the more boring and technical info. That's the stuff that you kind of want to leave later on, like the scheduling, the financials, that kind of stuff. They left at the end, and Alex LeMay, that guy, he also recommends leaving it at the end because it's the more boring side of things. Like it's important, but it's more boring than like the visual of the film and the story idea and stuff like that, and who's working on it. You'll also want to make a what is called a leave behind deck, which is basically just if you get a pitch meeting, which should be the essential and main info from your pitch deck presentation that you leave behind after the meeting's over. Leave behind deck. So if you get a pitch meeting, the leave behind deck would be the essential stuff from the pitch deck itself. So you got your pitch deck, you might have made it 10 pages, but the leave behind deck, you want to maybe make it 6 or 5 pages. That way it's even quicker. That way they can take it and show it to whoever they need to on even shorter version than the pitch deck, so they can really even quicker explain this movie. So that you might cut out some of the stuff like, this niche demographic information, and you might cut out the found footage advantage, because they've already accepted your pitch in a way, and they're like, want to have more information on it. So your leave behind deck is just the main things, like your schedule, your budget, the story, and the location kind of stuff. Not as much the other information, even though the other information is already like more important than even more that you left out, because your pitch deck should only be about 10 pages long. So, but yeah, the leave behind deck is basically just a snapshot of the pitch deck. And the pitch deck is a snapshot of your entire project. So just keep that in mind. But you always want to have something to leave them with. That way they can remember it. If they liked it, they can look back and see why they liked it if they're talking about it the next day. Because those meetings, they don't always just like sign on the dot. Oh, here we go. Your pitch was awesome. I'm going to give you the money. They usually have to like consider it, talk to upper management, that kind of stuff, depending on how big the company is and all of that. So leaving something with them is always a good thing to do. And you always want to make sure to bring extras in case there's more than you thought there were going to be. You'll most likely have sent a one sheet to the potential investors as well. One sheets are a one-page document outlining the details of the film, like a mini pitch deck. So again, that would be even shorter than the leave behind deck. And that would just be the very, very bare essential main information. And that's what you, depending on the investment company or the investor, you would send them the one sheet, and then they would get interested and ask for a pitch deck or ask you to come and do a pitch meeting. You don't always have to send a one sheet to people, but it just depends on the company, basically. A lot of the information will be used in different pitching tools, but just because you have sent a document like a one sheet that has some of the information in it, doesn't mean you should leave it out of your pitch deck or your leave behind deck, especially if it's something like the cast, how long the pages, the script is, how long the shoot would be. That information is really important. So you really want to keep that in. And it'll be shown again and again, but that's just to remind them of what this project is. Even if you feel like they should remember, they have multiple projects that they're looking through. So they're not going to remember everything about this specific project. It probably won't stand out that much to be to the point where they remember everything about your project compared to everyone else's. Which project is this again?
And it's
Oh
not
yeah,
that
it's the 90-page,
personal.
50-day shoot, 6-person. Yeah, I like that one. You know, and it'll jog their memory. So
Yeah, and never think of it as anything personal either. It's just they have a lot of presentations every single day. They see a lot of them every day. So, they're not going to remember every single one.
yeah. And the further in communication they go with you, the more that means they like your project. But that doesn't mean they'll remember every detail. That's also why you start small and then have further pitching tools that are longer and more detailed. That way, if they're interested, they can get more and more info about it until making a decision. Like if they want to read the whole script after seeing the pitch deck. You don't just send the script to them, you send the pitch deck to them so they can decide if they even want to read the script. So it's usually cheaper for them to buy your idea or fund it than try stealing it and selling it to another studio. However, it is possible that that can happen. It's extremely rare, but it can happen. So you always want to be sure to copyright your scripts before pitching and register it with the WGA, the Writers Guild of America. Copyright your scripts, make sure it's the final script. Never go to a pitch meeting with a first draft. That is not going to go over well. You want to have your finished script, you want to have your copyright information down, and you want to have done some research into what this film sells for and stuff. Making a pitch deck isn't easy. You want to really think about a lot of the different stuff and aspects, and it's a pitching and selling tool to try to get people to invest in your idea, invest in your film, or to distribute your film if you're already done creating it.
So you want to show them the best version you can, obviously.
Yeah. And so, yeah, being very professional, knowing how others are doing it and how it's done and what is kind of required, while what is just kind of important or what might not be, what can be left out and what is usually in there is all really important to do. So if you're ever going to have a pitch meeting, if you have it set up for 2 weeks from this day, make sure you're doing your research on other people's pitch decks. And I would say even do that beforehand, do that while you're writing out the script, get that ready and prepared after you're done, not while you're writing, sorry, after you're done with the final draft and you're copywriting it, start working on your pitch deck and everything like that, your budget, because all that information is just going to help you later on, especially having it ready and there and ready to go. Oh, another thing is when you're doing a pitch meeting, bring scripts and stuff like that. Even if they don't request certain material, if you have it already, bring it. That way, if they do say, hey, you can give us the script or email us the script, or they just request, like, do you have a script? You can say yes, get the script and give it to them. If they don't ask for it, that's fine. At least you had it just in case. That way you don't have to email it to them and they wait. You actually have a physical version of it to give them, as well as emailing them to try to get them to read it, because again, super busy, getting tons of submissions and pitches all the time. So it's easy in those circumstances to forget about a project, even if you were liking it, and to forget about an email if you look at it at the beginning of the day and go, oh, I'll read that script later, and then forget about it. But then if it's sitting on your desk as well, you might look over and have a better chance of getting them to read it and then finally getting back in contact with you. So be prepared. The main thing about pitching, the main thing about that, yeah, just the main thing about pitching to anybody and trying to get investing is being prepared, knowing what your film might be worth, and knowing who you need to market it to. Also, be aware of who you're trying to get as your investors. Some investment banks and companies and stuff like that, they only do it for certain amounts. That was actually one of the videos I sent in the WhatsApp group. It was the guy that was talking about, he did all of the stuff, he did the pitch deck, he did all of these other things to get all of these different things that they needed for it. He brought it to them, pitched it to them. They were like, oh man, that's a really cool idea. We love your excitement. One big issue though, your film is budgeted at 1.5 million. We only do projects 2 million and up, and we fund 50% of the budget. We fund 2 million is basically what they said. So 50% of the budget, up to 50% of the budget. So that would be like a $4 million budgeted project. And so that was a big, that was like, he was like, dang it, I should have looked. It's probably my fault. I probably could have seen it on their website, because they usually say stuff like that. I followed all the rest of the rules and did everything to pitch it to them and got everything in order. But that detail I missed out on. And so you really want to be aware of who you are pitching it to, because certain companies will only do low budget films. Certain ones will do big budgets only. And others will only do if you have representation by a sales agent in certain companies, and only certain sales agents. And there's tons of different requirements and specifications that are needed to be done by each individual investor, investment company, if they've been doing it for a while. If you're going to a brand new investor or just like an individual, then you don't have to really worry about that as much. But you just want to make sure that if you're going to some kind of company, you're checking out what kind of films they invest in. They don't invest in horror films, or they've never have before. Pitching your horror film to them,
Probably not a good idea.
yeah, I mean, it might work. Hey, but it's just a way less of a chance, and you're probably just wasting everybody's time.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it might work, but just be aware that that's riskier and probably not as safe, especially if you're starting out and you're trying to like find investors that might actually give you a chance. Just be aware of like, okay, this one probably has less of a chance of getting approved. This one probably have more.
The other thing is,
Because
it's a
sometimes you wanna
tight.
do something different.
The other thing is, it's a small circle. So even if that company doesn't do horror films and you're pitching to them that horror film, you're going to get branded in their head as an amateur. And, it's a small circle of different people who invest in films. So they might talk to other people about it and be like, yeah, this guy came to us, blah, blah, blah. And then even if you go to a company that does usually invest in horror films, if they've heard that you're an amateur before you even get there, your chances aren't good of getting that investment. So it's just something to be aware of. You never want to look like an amateur. You always want to have your ducks in a row and have everything prepared and ready to go, more so than what is requested. And just in case stuff like the scripts, even if they don't request it, bring it just in case, that kind of stuff, just to have it ready. And you'll look like more of a professional and look like you know what you're doing than if you are like, oh, I know, but especially if you're not even finished with the script. There, some of the video, I can't remember which one, but they were talking about there would be people going to them and pitching to them, and they'd be like, oh, can we see the script? Like, oh yeah, we're working on it.
Oh,
And they're like, you're not done with the script? How do you know it's 90 pages or, whatever it was? So it'd be like, that's a huge
yeah, no.
no. So yeah, just be prepared
This is
and
incredibly
have everything
unprofessional
ready
too,
and
because how
be
do
as
you-
professional as possible, because you will get branded as an amateur quickly. And it can be bad and hard to get either back in with them or back in with another company, even depending on how closely those
Yeah, a lot of
circles
those are interconnected.
talk to each
Yeah.
other. Because a lot of them are, yeah, like you said, interconnected.
But
so.
at the end of the day, I don't understand that, because it's like you're wasting your time too, because if you don't have clear numbers to give them, if you're not finished yet, you can't give them a proper budget. You can't give them a proper page count. So you're wasting your time and theirs.
Right.
Like, I don't understand that. I really don't.
Yeah. So I would definitely recommend researching the different investors, and then also, or the companies, and also checking out what they usually invest in and what is most important to them. Some investment companies, they don't really give a crap about the story at all. All they care about is how you intend to make the money back, or if you have big names attached. Other investment companies, they care more about hearing the story to see if they think that the movie is going to make its money back, regardless of how other movies have done. So you really want to like cater your pitch deck and any pitching tools that we talk about in the future for this semester. You really want to cater them to the individual companies and investors because they're all different and they all have different things that they look at. Most of them are the same, and there's going to be similarities across the board, obviously, but there are certain things that are more important to one over the other. So you want to be aware of that if you can, and at least research them and try to figure it out, because it might be listed on their website, or you might be able to get in contact with someone who did business with them before and find out the information that way. Yeah, does anybody have any questions or comments or anything to add about pitch decks? All right, last thing I'll say is Thursday, we're going to be going over IMDb, how to like create a page, how to add yourself in it, and how to add your movie to it, and then use it kind of like for promotion. Not as much marketing, more so promotion. Film websites, why they're important, how to make one. Film finance plan pitching. So what is a finance plan, and then how to pitch it, and just some like general pitching information. All right, guys. Appreciate you guys staying this long. This one ran pretty late, but that's usually how it is with the beginning of the semesters. There's a lot of ground to cover to get the foundation before we start building off of that.
I kept
From
getting
every
kicked
other.
out every 5 minutes.
Right. Hope you all have a good night and see you all Thursday.
Good night, everyone.
Good stuff. Thank you, guys. Good night.
All right. Good night.
Goodness.